Hello, my name is Professor Kevin Hilton. I'm the Independent Chair of the Sheffield Race Equality Commission. I am based at Leeds Beckett University, where I was head of the Research Centre for Diversity, Equity and Inclusion, and more recently the Interim Pro-Vice Chancellor, Culture, Equality and Inclusion at the University of Sussex. The Race Equality Commission is a non-partisan strategic assessment into the nature, extent, causes and impacts of racism and racial disparities in Sheffield. Working with 24 commissioners from the Sheffield area, we conducted a series of short, focused hearings over 6 priority areas for the city. These included business and employment, civic life and communities, crime and justice, education, health, sport and culture. In May 2022, we will be presenting the findings and recommendations for the report that will be made available to the public on the Sheffield City Council website. This is the Business and Employment Hearing, Part 2. I wonder if you could just introduce yourself briefly, just say what capacity you've joined us in today, and if you could give us just some of the highlights from the submission that you sent through to us.
I'm David Blunkett, and I'm currently the Independent Chair of the Sheffield City Partnership Board, and it's in that capacity that I'm providing evidence and coming before the Commission today. I was, as many of you know, Councillor in Sheffield for 18 years, 7 of which I was Leader of the Council in the 1980s, and then I was the Member of Parliament for Sheffield, Brightside and Hillsborough from 1987 to 2015. The essence of my evidence is that we tend to reinvent the wheel, and it's really important to look back and see where reports and discussions have already informed better practice, and to do so in the context not just of racism and racial divide being between black and white or Asian and white, but actually much more about the way in which people treat each other and the economic deprivation that underpins it. And I've provided in the written material just a few thoughts on that. I ran through the 6 issues that you wanted to address. I had no overwhelming evidence or insights that people elsewhere have not already had. I drew attention to the work of the Fairness Commission, which was exactly 10 years ago, and material that was thrown up then in terms of inequalities within our city and the challenges that faced those who were experiencing the greatest disadvantage and injustice, and obviously overlaying the economic disadvantage which is faced by a whole range of communities is the issue of race and the prejudice and discrimination that people have experienced over the decades. I particularly drew attention to the fact that whilst Sheffield was not involved in the great disturbances of 81, 91, 2001, tended to be 10 years because there were also disturbances in 2011. We couldn't afford to be complacent because there have been incidents over the years. In particular, there was a real problem in the Darnall area, which did throw up some interesting challenges. And of course, we've had the issues around the Roma Slovak community in Page Hall, Fir Vale, which I was familiar with when I was a Member of Parliament covering that area. And that threw up very different challenges. But some of the solutions are ones which apply wherever, and they were about working with young people on what people held in common rather than what divided them. And that could be culture and art and music. It could be the common experience that they were having at school or college, the barriers to progression into higher education, apprenticeships or work. So I'm really putting an emphasis on identifying what people hold in common, because by doing that, you then develop the rapport and the synergy of how people can work together to overcome the underlying different issues that they're facing.
Thank you very much. It's interesting what you were saying about not reinventing the wheel and looking back at good practice. I suppose there's not been enough of that going on, otherwise we wouldn't be here talking about some of these issues. So that's a really good point. David, thank you for that introduction. Can I just reflect with you on your submission? In your evidence, you talk about the inequalities in Sheffield being a major part of the board's work, but that you have little robust data on ethnicity. Where the partnership board is data-led, is it fair to say that you may have missed opportunities to develop adequate responses to Sheffield's Black, Asian and minoritized ethnic needs, lived experiences and aspirations?
Yes, I think that's it's not inevitable, but it's certainly a challenge that we haven't yet fully met. And that's partly the nature of the development of people's role in the partnership board, namely representing institutions, long-standing representative groupings, anchor institutions, where the inequality of the past actually has not yet been overcome. So the people that you have representing, for instance, the universities, college, church, the voluntary sector, and business will reflect what was happening some years ago, because the people who are on the board, and this is something we've talked about a number of times, are at the top of their game, if you like, and therefore they've come up through a process that by its very nature in the past didn't necessarily free up and provide equality and justice to those from minority communities. That's the white working class as well, by the way.
Yeah. I'm just going to push ahead and just to follow that up. I was going to pick up on these issues to do with ethnic diversity in the board and in the anchor organisations, because you talk about it in your submission. Could you talk us through the process of appointment to the Art Sport Partnership Board that's led to this lack of ethnic diversity, and what steps the board plan to take to ensure an improved representation and engagement of Sheffield's communities?
Yes, unlike other partnership collaborative ventures, this is a statutory body, and it therefore includes automatically those institutions and functions which fall into that category. So the City Council is an obvious one, but so are the two universities, Sheffield College, representation from the community through the Voluntary Action Sheffield, and we've tried also to ensure that we widen that, and recently we've had some success with that. We're in the middle of consulting in relation to faith groups, because the Anglican Church were represented by the Dean of the Cathedral until he stood down, and we've obviously got to address the wider faith communities in Sheffield. The business community, we've now got substantive representation from the Chamber of Commerce, but the Chamber itself had been through what might be described as a transitional period, and therefore was reconstituting its own leadership. And we also have the police represented as well. So you can see these are almost institutional representatives who come to us from those organizations. They are the ones who choose who should come to the board. The board's role recently has been trying to encourage wider diversity, and to think through how that could be achieved without patronizing and without actually paternalizing people, but actually encouraging and supporting them to come to a particular level within their community or institution that would automatically enable them to justify being a representative at that level.
So you raised the issue of a need to support the acceleration of talent from underrepresented or underserved groups. Are there any examples in the city that you know of where this has happened? Well, you've talked about a process that I suppose because of the criteria for selection is selecting from a very limited ethnic pool, if you like. Yeah. So are there any examples in the city or elsewhere maybe where there's been this acceleration or kind of more proactive engagement of underrepresented groups?
I think, and it's fairly obvious as to why the voluntary and community sector have been a lot better at it, engaging, reaching out, saying, could we bring to the board those whose voice would otherwise not be heard? Mm. The difficulty for the more formalized institutions is, whilst there are very many people at middle and junior level who are on their way up, if they haven't actually reached the point where they would be not suitable, but a fitting representative, because they could command the support of the leadership of those institutions, speak for them, and be able to engineer their cooperation, because we don't have executive power, so we rely entirely on the cooperation of those participating to actually carry forward anything that we believe is critical to the benefit of Sheffield and to the collaborative approach, which gets people to identify what are really important central issues and then try to work together. An example would be procurement, for instance, where if all those engaged were involved in looking at their procurement policy, this in the end, by the way, could have a beneficial effect in terms of what we're discussing this morning, because obviously the way in which we want people to look at what could be sourced locally and how that could be encouraged, and how commissioning of services and equipment and materials could be sourced locally. All of that adds to the benefit for jobs, for putting money back into the local economy rather than outside, and it gets people to think creatively about what they're doing. So that would be an example. We've made some tentative steps in the right direction. We have a lot more to do. That would cascade into, for instance, into big issues like tackling decarbonisation and climate change, where if you start thinking about these things right from the roots rather than as an add-on, you can start to get things right all the way down the line, rather than just saying, oh dear, we don't seem to have managed to engage with communities that feel alienated or by discrimination of historically not being involved. Instead of doing that as an add-on, you start making it part of the normal process. And we were reflecting the other day on the launch of a book by former Member of Parliament Helen Jackson, who was on the council when I was the leader, and we were reflecting on how we tried to ensure that what we did on diversity more generally was actually built into the processes of engagement within the community. We had some success in the 1980s with that. That was true of gender, sexual orientation, as well as ethnicity and faith. In terms of saying this isn't something that we're doing to people, this is something we are supporting and working with people. Sadaka, for instance, the Afro-Caribbean Centre is a very good example. We didn't do it, we supported and helped people to put that together themselves. Because the one thing I do want to say this morning, and it is slightly controversial, is that we've really got to get off the idea of patronizing victims. You know, people are feeling and experiencing all kinds of prejudice and blockages and barriers to their own personal success and that of those around them. But we've got to get over the idea that, therefore, those, if you like, in positions of power who have a particular ethnic background, i.e. they're white and they're middle class, somehow patronize others. We've got to liberate people's spirit, energy, talent, and willingness to fight for change, not patronize them.
I'm just wondering,
coming together and saying, we want you as the council, you have some influence, some rules. We want you to help us do what we want to do. We don't want you to do it for us, hand it back to us.
okay. Yeah, so I see.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. I'm just going slightly off where I wanted to go, because you brought up Sadaka. Organisations like Sadaka have spoken to us, and they don't want to be patronised, but they are struggling with a supportive infrastructure to liberate and to help them liberate and to help them empower others themselves. So there still is a lot of work to do there, not just with Sadaka, but with other voluntary and community organisations. But you talked about procurement, so I might as well go in that direction, because we've heard in these hearings business, community, voluntary and charity leaders who feel excluded from business and charitable funding mechanisms, procurement processes and business support. In your evidence, you state we must very quickly put in place the mechanisms to allow people to grow, flourish, use their talent and rise to the top. Does this begin with more data, or is it enough to know that there is enough applicable research and local insight for you to work in partnership to tackle these issues now?
There's a lot of discussion going on, as you're very well aware, Kevin, in relation to data capture, to having the right data available, to a data oratory, pulling together in Sheffield and South Yorkshire as a whole what's available. I said to Kate Joseph, the new chief executive of Sheffield City Council, I'm fully in favour of data, of mapping what's there and what we know and what we should know. But actually, it's useless unless you do something positive with it. So, I mean, it's a starting point, but that's all it is, because if it's the felt experience that also matters for people. It's no good, if I was to tell people that it's not so bad after all, that the results of, as we saw in debates recently, both from the select committee in the House of Commons on education, or the previous government-initiated report saying to people, well, actually, you're not doing too badly, are you? That's no use whatsoever if people's felt experience tells them something entirely different. So I'm very strongly in favour of a data capture mechanism, mapping what's happening in the city. That has been done in the past from the Human Geography Department of the University of Sheffield. Danny Dorling, who's now at Oxford University, did a lot of work on this. I'm hoping that Paul Collier from Oxford, together with our two universities, will be able to add much more material. But this is the starting point. The real issue is what's going on inside communities and the change that is so gradually taking place in people's opportunity.
Yeah. So we have data, and we have had data for quite some time. The question is, do we look for more data, or do we push on and actually get things done?
I think we push on and get things done whilst we continue to update, sometimes to demonstrate that we're making progress. The worst possible situation is to make progress And people think that we haven't, because
Yes. Yeah.
small steps encourage people to go much further. I mentioned a minute or two ago in a gentle way that people have to fight for change. I knew the late Tony Benn, who was a cabinet minister, for those who are too young to remember, and sometimes I fell out with him, but one of his most brilliant expositions was to say, government can do an enormous amount, but actually real change has always come about by people, I don't mean fighting in a physical sense, but fighting for change, arguing for change, being part of the process of demanding change. So this is an organic political process that isn't about waiting for somebody else to do it for you.
Mm. Yeah, I think the reason why as you know, the reason why the commission was set up is because there is that fight going on, but the fight is often against systemic processes that are covert, and racism that is individualized, and microaggressions and so on. So there is something to be said about pluralism and you know, people standing up for themselves and what have you. There's another but there is another aspect that we need to really disrupt, and that is the institutionalized elements of racism. And because we've sat here and we've heard many stories of excellence that challenge myths of capability or a dearth of expertise in Black, Asian and minoritized ethnic communities, where people have felt compelled to leave Sheffield to rise to the top. Because not only are the mechanisms for progression missing, but so are the opportunities and inclusive environment for them to feel safe and comfortable applying. What are your thoughts on these experiences that we've heard? Is it you know, have you heard anything like this, or is this new information?
No, I've known people from a variety of backgrounds who felt that to succeed they had to leave. There is an issue, of course, which you're addressing in terms of people like us, and sometimes subliminal racist interpretation and view. Sometimes it's about the nature of our city. We've got to be much more creative in the opportunities that we offer generally. Economic disadvantage and economic failure is the breeding ground for racism, because out and out racists are then able to use that divide in a very aggressive and deconstructive way, so that they're reinforcing perceptions of division that already exist. Today, there's a by-election in Batley and Spen in West Yorkshire. We've seen that in spades in that by-election. It's a terrible thing that we see divisions in our country over whether you were in favour of Brexit or not, whether you are academic or technical vocational, whether it's a town or a city. All these divides are reinforcing what we're trying to combat. So yes, I have seen it, but I've seen it in a variety of areas where people have gone. And what we've got to try and do is, firstly, we've got to do our utmost institutionally in terms of the culture to remove those barriers. But we've also got to get people back, because role models are a small but important part of breaking those barriers down. If someone is from a minority community, as we describe it, in a position of power, then they're going to be an absolute bulwark against what we're talking about here. They're going to be a facilitator for breaking that down. It's quite hard to accuse somebody who themselves has fought the battle to get to the top of being discriminatory against somebody else who's fighting the same battle from the same background.
Mm-hmm. Does the partnership board have conversations about identifying diverse talent, improving recruitment and progression in anchor organisations, and influencing business development for underserved?
Yes, we over the last 2 years we've had, and conversations are worthless unless they go somewhere. we've talked about how do we attract to want to be part of this process from, say, the business community, and work with the Chamber and with my deputy, Neil Burchenall, who represents small business and the digital data community. How do we reach out and say, look, there's someone who's reached the point where they can speak with real life experience, but they can also reflect their own experience of prejudice that they've broken down in making success. So we've talked about that. We're in the process, as I described a minute or two ago, about trying to work that through in terms of the faith communities. We've engaged better now through Voluntary Action Sheffield's work on the community and voluntary sector more broadly. So a small amount of progress has been made. But of course, unless the big institutions have people who have life experience in this way, come to the point where they're at the level I described earlier, where they can represent the institution and would have some credibility because of their position, going back and arguing for the collaborative approach we're trying to develop, then we're back to the issue of inventing something that doesn't really exist.
Commissioners, I am putting you on notice that any questions that you might have, can you send them directly through to Adele, and she'll make sure that I get them. David, you mentioned in your evidence under civic life, and thanks for addressing each of the 6 themes, because not all of our submissions do that. Under civic life, you say that you've been saying for at least 20 years that integration and diversity go hand in hand. So does the lack of diversity in senior positions in Sheffield's major organisations hint at broader issues of integration in the city? It's not a trick question in any way. I don't have any trick questions. It's just I'm looking at what you've said, and I'm trying to get a sense of what's happening in those key strategic organisations.
And I don't have any clever answers, I'm afraid. I mean, if I did, I'd have been shouting a lot louder about them a long time ago. My issue on diversity and integration being hand in hand is because quite a lot of academic work and some people who are right on at the moment actually think that you have to be that integration is the same thing as assimilation, and it isn't. And it's daft to say that two different concepts and two different descriptions of those concepts in the words we use are the same when they're clearly not. So I'm not in favour of assimilation. I'm in favour of people retaining their cultural heritage, of retaining their own language, whilst obviously embracing the English language and the wider culture of the city that they live in. And they can do that by being integrated into the processes that themselves make it possible to progress. If you're outside everything, you're outside. If you're inside, but you retain what you are and who you are, I still retain my memories and my growing up in a deeply deprived part of north of Sheffield on Parson Cross. I still reflect often on where I was at and where people are at today, and what's happened to my life might actually inspire some of the youngsters in Chaucer School to want to do better. When I go into schools, I say, look, there's nothing special about me, but if I've managed to do what I was able to do with no qualifications at the age of 16, you can aspire in whatever way is important to you. So go for it. And I think that by having people at the highest possible levels with different backgrounds, different ethnic experiences and faiths, we can do the same. It's not just role models, it's about that unlocking of the aspiration and expectation, and people never taking no for an answer. So no, I'm going to get I know I'll get a knockback, but I'm not going to allow that to stop me. And those of us who have had knockbacks in their lives know that's true, whatever your ethnic background.
I think I agree with you up to a point, and that point being the environment that these conversations are being had, because sometimes these environments aren't safe necessarily for people to be their authentic selves, and so there's an element of work that needs to occur around ensuring that our organisations, our community sectors, our voluntary sectors are safe for people to be themselves, and whilst working with others.
Well, let me give you and the commissioners a challenge. Why is it that there is such obvious diversity and real ethnic representation at the highest level of clinical practice and the medical profession in our city, and not in the administration of the health service or in education?
Yes. These are answers that we have with these, but we don't have the time to share them with you. But if you have a look in the report, we'd be happy to get into that in terms of the sources that, you know, the recruitment sources that various institutions use. And there is an issue around the use of established host communities within those organizations, and communities drawn from outside of the city and internationally, especially in health. But it is an interesting challenge, and we've got lots of other challenges, David, to manage. Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. So a couple of questions from commissioners, and then we'll come back to me if there's time. Daljit, can I ask you to ask your question, and then Sonia, can you follow on from there? And other commissioners, can you just ensure that your questions come through reasonably speedily, because we only have till 5 to the hour. Thank you. Daljit, can you introduce yourself before asking your first question?
Thank you, I can. Nice to see you, David, after many years. I worked for the Sheffield City Council for 20 plus years, managed the positive action programmes, employment and training, and led on a lot of the regeneration programmes, SRB, ERDF, and so on across the city. I then went off to work on the Council Review with Ted. So then you in your other role at a government level. So quite controversial at the time with Prevent Agenda and so on. And so now I'm back working in an academic environment, but still working along the whole cohesion agenda. David, you've made quite a few really positive comments about the importance of integration, cohesion, and that we should all want to bring about change. But at the same time, I'd say that from an activist point of view, as somebody with lots of isms, if you like, we're still fighting for change continuously as people from minority groups, from a community level, new emerged and new and developing communities. But what can we do? And the cohesion report, Ted led on one, Cantle, for Sheffield in 2011, again, talked about cohesion, interaction, cross-cutting, working with communities, but building trust. So in regards to that, what do you think we should do now as a city, as a council, to rebuild that trust and establish it so it actually does bring about change and it's not the same old, same old?
Well, I think the first practical thing is that the council, I mean, they don't want me to tell them what to do, but you've asked me, is to accelerate the decentralisation programme to neighbourhood community committees and resource them so that people in their own neighbourhood and community can come together and have the backing to be able to bring about sometimes quite modest change, but modest change leads to ambition for bigger change, and it also provides example, and it also provides motivation and an impetus for further change. So I would do that very quickly indeed. There's been a principal commitment to it by the council and the new council leadership and the coalition that now runs Sheffield. I think we could do that, and the partnership board would have to help reinforce that collaboration across the various agencies that need to play their part in it. So it's not just a city council doing their bit. It's saying, you know, whether it's health, whether it's wider education, which is now obviously very diverse in delivery. It's true of getting the universities involved. And above all, it's important in terms of the community and business elements as well. So that's the practical answer. Secondly, I think where there's good policies that have been laid out, and there should be a constant monitoring of what's happening and why the change is so slow. And when you identify the reasons, as you are on the commission, then we take that seriously and we do something about it.
Thank you very much, David, for answering my question.
Thank you. Daljit, Sonia, could you lead with your question on integration, please?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Professor Hilton, and welcome, David. David, I was really pleased to hear you say that integration and diversity go hand in hand. But as someone who was born in Sheffield and has lived in London, Birmingham and overseas and seen where you have diverse communities, I sort of look at our historical and indeed our current social housing policies, and it appears to run contrary to the ethos of integration and diversity. And some would argue has possibly led to the situation we have where you've got simmering factions in areas like Darnall, Page Hall and Fir Vale, Burngreve Manor, etc. And I'd be interested to hear your views on how we can achieve integration and diversity and the role of social housing as part of that process.
Yeah, you know better than I do that historically, this is about people coming into community as opposed to those with historic roots. But those coming into communities historically have either gone to areas where to use the jargon, the diaspora already exists, people with similar backgrounds and connections, or because of economic circumstance and deprivation, where they could afford to rent. Now that's just a given. Breaking that down quickly is really important. And that means not moving people on and saying, you know, we will artificially want you to move to some other area because it provides a better mix, but actually doing something fairly profound about the circumstances in which people are living, which is not about gentrification, but it's about equality of treatment. Now, these are not easy. I mean, the lessons from the riots in 2001, I came in as Home Secretary literally weeks after. In Oldham and Burnley in particular, Bradford was a different city, was that there was real anger from both communities based on new entry into Britain from ethnic backgrounds and more traditional white working class. Both believed that the other had been receiving positive discrimination in their favour, when neither had actually been given the kind of support and resourcing and transformation that made it possible for people to feel that they were genuinely integrated, rather than that the physical that you've described separated them. And until you actually are able to break that down and people feel naturally that where they live is the right place for them and they can afford to move up the ladder, then you're not going to get this, are you? Because people are actually trapped, if you like, in where they can afford to be and not just where they chose to be because they knew people or their families knew people, and that's why they came to that area, which was, by the way, the case between 2009 and 2015 with the Slovak Roma community in Page Hall.
Yes, and I take that on board. I guess my challenge to the partnership would be maybe it's time for Sheffield to look to other areas around the country to see where they can get some ideas, because my sense is this feels as though it's in the too hard to tackle, and there are other aspects that need to be considered. But I am concerned as a recent returnee that these tensions between these factions are not going to go away, and we could end up with issues arising. And I take your view that some people have chosen to go to those areas where they bought properties, but in many cases, this is due to social housing policy, and people have not gone there, they have been placed there. And having been placed there, then find it very difficult to escape. And once you have a certain postcode, then this dictates the availability of essential services in your locality. So, you know, there's a lot of this to do with social mobility, but I do feel this is an area where perhaps the partnership can contribute in generating discussion and some urgency.
Okay, three quick answers. One is, yes, we need to work much more with the providers of social housing. But by the way, in some parts of the city, that isn't housing associations, it is landlords, including from ethnic minority backgrounds. I mean, let's not duck that issue, but we need to work much more closely with housing associations.
And the council, of course.
And the council, of course. Secondly, we need to actually look at what would help people on the ground in terms of their choice. You're right about people who come in and then placed in a situation that they then feel that they can't get out of. But I also agree entirely about learning from outside. I think we've been very bad as a city generally at learning from outside, at thinking that we know best. When I was Home Secretary, we set up something called Guide Communities. It was abolished, but it was to try and get, instead of consultancies coming in and being paid vast sums of money to tell us what we already knew, that we link community with community. So I was able to get Balsall Heath in Birmingham linked to the Stubbin estate in the north of the city. I wanted a lot more of that to happen, because where people have made a difference themselves, or where you can learn from other local authorities or anchor institutions, we should do so. I mean, that should be almost a given, and it isn't. And perhaps one of the strong recommendations from the Commission might be that we actually don't believe that we know it all, that we actually go out and we plagiarize vehemently what's working best elsewhere and we bring it back.
Yes,
being an academic, we don't like the idea of plagiarism, but we do like to emulate
and be inspired.
Yeah.
Very good.
So in your evidence, you mentioned the Fairness Commission, and that of course that most of the findings remain the same today. So the issues remain the same today. From your experience of inquiries, what can the Race Equality Commission and people of Sheffield learn from this, and our ability to ensure sustained change regarding systemic racial disparities and racism? So we will write the report, we will make the recommendations, we will get endorsements. How do we ensure sustained change?
It's a difficult one. I think on each or a group of recommendations that obviously have a common theme, to outline the initial small steps that would really make that recommendation start to come alive, and to identify either the particular institution or avenue, and if possible, the level of placement of the person at the level that it should be taken forward. Because my frustration is that in so many of our institutions, unless somebody owns the challenge, owns the policy and the purpose of change, it doesn't happen. And therefore identifying where and who and how seems to me to be a crucial way of ensuring that we don't lose with your commission what we've lost in previous endeavours.
Okay, thank you. Shruti, I'm going to turn to you. If you could introduce yourself and ask your question. Just a reminder that David has to leave at 5:02.
Thanks, Kevin. Welcome, David. I'm Shruti Bhargav. I'm an independent consultant and I chair a BME Housing Association in Leeds, which also focuses on inclusive growth. I'm a Sheffield resident, been here 30 years, came to work in the steel industry. And I also worked for the council many years later, and I led one of those pieces of work that you're talking about in terms of reinventing the wheel. So I'll throw a challenge out to you, if I may. So you insist that you need to recruit people to the city partnership who are part of leadership structures from institutions that gatekeep and discriminate against them. And that will mean that the systems in the city that perpetuate inequalities by BME people not being part of power structures will simply continue. And we also know that talented BAME people often step away from institutions because of discrimination. And we've heard already from Kevin, many have left the city. And I also want to point you to the membership of this commission, which is full of qualified, experienced, capable people of colour, all Sheffield residents. And I think that challenges the myth that the talent is in the city. So my point is we seem to be stuck. And would you consider leading the city partnership to rethink its entry criteria?
Well, firstly, I believe entirely that the city is full of extremely talented people from minority backgrounds and with experience that they need to be able to bring to the table. But the institutions and partners nominate themselves, with the exception of the voluntary sector who have helped us to bring people in. And occasionally, in terms of people who have had a very specific remit, the partners nominate. So it's our job to persuade them that is there someone, not as a gesture, because I don't think people benefit from gesture politics, but someone at the right level who can facilitate the working arrangements that have been put in place, who do reflect that talent, but with the experience of an ethnic background. I don't think that's beyond us to be able to do that. But it's difficult to get people to do it if you simply say, what we'd like is for you to remove the person that you've actually nominated, and would you put somebody in because of, not because of their experience, the level that they've reached, the talent they have, but because they happen to come from a Black or Asian background. You can't, it's really dangerous in my view to do it that way around. We've got to get the institutions themselves to think, how can we accelerate the talent we have to a point where it's a perfectly reasonable and natural thing for them to be put on a partnership board of this sort.
Thanks for your response, David. I mean, I think some of the difficulty I have is when we start talking too much about being patronising or gestures, and then that language gets used to justify actually discriminating and gatekeeping when and blocking the talent that is there. And I think the city partnership has an important role in challenging that thinking. And we've heard a lot of that, I think, through some of the commission as well, in terms of arguments used to explain why BAME people or communities or organisations are not part and parcel of mainstream leadership structures. So, I mean, that's just my challenge to you, and I hope you will think about that.
Yeah, it's a fair challenge, and sometimes it will be an excuse, and sometimes it will be a reality. In my own case, I would never ever have wanted to be nominated as leader of Sheffield because I had a disability. I would want to have been enabled to overcome that challenge to get to a position where it was a natural thing to ask my colleagues to vote me into that place. And that's what I want for everybody.
Thank you for that, David. I appreciate that. And I think we all want that too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn to Daljit for the last question, and we are at 10:53, so we have 2 minutes.
Okay.
Answer quickly. Go on.
Thank you. David, another question. You talked about the guiding programme that you developed. It links and connects back to the twinning programmes that were developed as a result of 2001 and the different reports that were written. And Sheffield, actually, we were quite good as a city about learning from others and doing the school twinning programmes and so on. That worked to an extent, but then the challenge became where communities within communities, and I know you'll understand what I mean by that, start closing ranks, or there's more complexities going on. So then how do you create and encourage communities within communities to connect to the wider agenda? And do you think we should recreate a programme, but maybe twinning or creating programs across our own city as a starting point?
I think that would be an excellent idea. And yes, I do know what you mean, and we're seeing it in Batley and Spen today. Yes, I think it would be an excellent idea, and it would be sometimes it would be quite close to home. Sometimes it would be the big divide that exists between the southwest of the city and the north and the east. And I had hoped that despite reservations about the way the trusts work in education, that some of the broader trusts might be able to do that within the trust framework. It's not quite happened that way. There's a lot to be done. I'm just very grateful for the opportunity of giving evidence. And I passed on something from the university in terms of the work that they're doing on hidden boundaries. Kevin, I think you've got that. They may have something to offer as well. Thank you for inviting me. I don't have all the answers. If I did, I'd be a miracle worker, and I'm not. But good luck with it, and let's try and carry forward very practical, objective proposals that you'll bring forward, and above all, that in 5 years' time, we've done something about it.
David, thank you very much for your contribution. It is absolutely spot on. 10:55.
Well, thank you for that. I'll get shot otherwise. God bless you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Please stay in touch with the Commission. Thanks, Edward. Welcome. Kevin Hilton here. Hi, Edward. Is it Edward or Ed? I always ask.
I would prefer Edward, but I'm not going to follow
Edward.
Call me
No. What's an extra syllable between friends? So yeah, Edward, welcome. Diana, welcome also. And if Yvonne is enabling her video, I'm guessing.
I'm just struggling with my video. Hi, Kevin.
Hi, Yvonne. Well, whilst you're sorting out your video, because we can hear you, good to see you, Yvonne. Welcome to the three of you. I am going to just hand you over to Adele Robinson, who leads the Secretariat, and she's going to go through some preliminaries before we get going. So Adele, over to you.
Okay. Good morning. So what I'm just going to do is tell you a little bit about the Commission. So the Commission, as you all know, is an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of racial inequality and racism within the city. It was established to look at 6 key themes: health, education, civic life and employment, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today is the second day of the business employment hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a report which will be given to key stakeholders for action in Sheffield. The Commission has invited you as witnesses today to share some of your insights into the key areas of the Race Equality Commission. And these 5 areas are racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, which you think might be of interest to the Commission; knowledge of your own or other race-related frameworks or duties, any analysis of racism or racial inequality within your sector, any good practice in relation to racism and racial inequality, and what you believe would be the best way to tackle racism and racial inequality in the city. Witnesses are required to act in good faith, and by being here, we're assuming that that is so. The hearing is being recorded and will be made available on the Commission's website afterwards, and any evidence that you put forward that is non-confidential will also be made available on the Commission's website. Can all those in attendance wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking? And can commissioners and invited guests introduce yourself before speaking? Can commissioners put any questions that you have to me privately in the chat, and I'll send those on to the chair. And now I'd like to pass you back over to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thank you, Adele. Edward, Diana, Yvonne, welcome. As the chair of the commission, I'm joined by commissioners who you can see on screen. I will invite them shortly to speak with you, but before I do that, I wonder, Edward, maybe if you could make a short statement about your submission, but if you could introduce yourself and the capacity in which you're attending today, that would be very helpful. And as Diana and Yvonne, you speak, if you could introduce yourself beforehand, that would be great. So Edward, welcome. Over to you. And this can be brief because everybody has access to your submission. Okay.
Okay, so thank you very much indeed. This is a really important opportunity to talk to you today. So my name is Edward Highfield, and I'm what's called the Director of City Growth. So I've got responsibility for various economic functions within the City Council, ranging from planning, transport, property, regeneration, economic development, and so on. I just wanted to say a few brief words and then hand over quickly to Diana to add some further. So I'll let Diana introduce herself. And we've got Yvonne here today, who's been absolutely central to the work that we've been doing around business in response to COVID and before. So in terms of the submission we've made to you, we focus on the business investment activities of the City Growth Department, specifically focusing around some of the business support work, both pre and during COVID. And specifically information on our work to support BAME businesses during COVID. I think what we've tried to be very upfront about is that we think that we've made some improvements, but we know that there is absolutely further progress required. I do hope that in this discussion, we're able to recognise the effort and commitment to do that has been made by Business Sheffield, particularly people like Yvonne, and I hope that commitment and learning has an opportunity to be seen this morning, but we do recognise that we have got a long way to go. In terms of context, funding and context, City Growth Department has a net revenue budget of around £2.9 million. That covers Business Sheffield, which is our business-facing service, inward investment, regeneration, marketing, events, economic strategy. Roughly about £800,000 of that goes specifically into business support. So that's really the service that we're focusing on today. But also, and I hope this came through, we do have quite an important role around trying to attract other external funding. So we're the accountable body for other sources of external funding, be that government grants, ERDF, whatever it might be. So we have a track record really of trying to leverage the investment that the council makes in those economic functions to try and leverage that up with external fundings, and we've given a kind of an indication of the quantum of that. So final thing for me then, just in terms of context before I hand over to Diana, is just in terms of the link into the elected members and the cooperative executive portfolios. Business and investment is now across two of the cooperative executive members, first being executive member for inclusive economy, jobs and skills, and the second being the executive member for City Futures, Development, Culture and Regeneration. So it is split across those two cabinet members, I think, in terms of the relevance of what we're talking about today. So that was all I wanted to say briefly by way of context about where this sits within the council. And if it's okay, I'd like to pass over to Diana to just provide a little bit more context of some of the business issues that we will talk about, I'm sure.
Thank you, Edward. Diana, over to you. Could you just introduce yourself before you speak, please?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Diana Buckley. It's my married name that's on the screen there because I'm using my personal laptop, but work know me as Diana Buckley, so that's the reason why. So I'm Head of Service for Economic Strategy and Commissioning in City Growth, working under Edward. I've worked in the council for about 12 years now in various roles in economic development, but in my present role, managing Business Sheffield as well as a number of other services for about 2.5 years. So I'm the author of the submission that we put in. So I just take a couple of minutes to just draw a few points out from that, please, if that's okay. So Business Sheffield is the way that the council deliver business support. It's a mix of services which are outlined in the report. It generally covers a gateway, which is our front door, a startup programme, access to growth advisors, networks and workshops. Some of that has changed dramatically in COVID as we've touched so many more businesses, but it's got those essential things at the base of it. And pre-COVID, we know that we were working with about 18% of our customers were ethnic minority businesses, and our events were generally well attended by a diversity of business owners. And we did make some adaptations if a business kind of approached us and identified a need like translation support. However, I think our reflection is that at that time we were operating around equality of opportunity, really. Our services were free and well advertised, and people were treated fairly when they came through our doors. So we probably thought we were doing okay. And I think what the pandemic has taught us is that we were wrong. The sheer amount of businesses that we've worked with over the pandemic, and it's over 10 times the amount we would see in a year. So we've worked with 12,000 businesses in the last year from around 900 previously. And that showed us that there are sections of the community that we just weren't in and weren't serving. And in September 2020, we also bid and won money for some business information officers. And these individuals were specifically to get into communities, to get into our districts and our high street businesses face to face. And it's through that really we started to see the multiple barriers and the complexity of the issues facing ethnic minority businesses. So I'll outline a few of those now for you. I think it would be useful. So we know that ethnic minority businesses are overrepresented in the sectors that have been most adversely affected by the pandemic and the restrictions, so retail, hospitality and transport. We also know that they're not engaged in formal networks a lot of the time, and sometimes not with local authority support either. And as such, they often weren't aware of the support and guidance that was available to them. And even when they did know about it, there was a level of difficulty, I think, in understanding and interpreting that guidance. And that had a particular impact when it came to financial support, where the technical nature of the forms or the requirement to provide evidence meant that ethnic minority businesses just weren't claiming the grants that they were entitled to often. So we saw those barriers in the report. We've put some of the efforts that we took to remove some of those barriers, and I'd really like over the next hour to be able to share some of those with you, particularly from Yvonne, who was on the front line of that and has learned a lot and are very passionate in that space. I won't go through them all now because I want to give you time for questions, but I do just kind of have a couple of reflections. So prior to COVID, I think we served the businesses that came through our door with fairness and respect, but we waited for ethnic minority businesses to come to us. And I think now we understand that we've got to reach into our communities, connect with civil society organisations and community organisations who in turn reach out to ethnic minority businesses with us and for us. And once we're connected, we need to work more intensively with them, not just pointing to where the grants are, but filling the forms out with them, making sure the resources that are integral to the pandemic or their growth are available in their primary language and translated, and acting as intermediaries for them into other council services and into other areas of business support. We also acknowledge that there are structural inequalities in the wider business ecosystem. And over the last few months, we've been using the Federation of Business support called Unlocking Opportunities, and I think that articulates some of them well. But there is definitely more for us to do. In Business Sheffield, in terms of our growth services, I think we need to look at that. Everything we've done through the pandemic, we've reached into those communities. So we need to see what more we can do to do that through our kind of growth and access to finance products as we go forward. There's more we can do as a council across our business facing services, some of our regulatory services that are business facing, could learn from what we learned in COVID as well. And we've got a role as a civic leader in the wider business ecosystem and with our partners to champion some of this. So we welcome the opportunity to share with you today, to listen and to be scrutinised with a view to making further improvements. I'll leave it there and kind of welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, Diana. And I'm going to turn to my colleague Ruth MacDonald, who I know had already planned to ask you some questions that you have already touched upon.
Yep.
So perhaps you might go a little deeper into some of these into some of these issues, but it's been very helpful that you have been so reflective in this time that the Commission has been up and running and over the last year. I might just flag up that we're likely to move beyond the focus on business support to looking at business more broadly in the city, business development more broadly in the city, and I'd also encourage the commissioners with us today to submit their questions directly to Adele, so that we've got them ready to go, and we have just over 45, maybe about 45 minutes. So thanks again. Ruth, are you? I'd like to hand you over to Ruth, who will introduce herself before asking her first question.
Hello, Diana, Yvonne and Edward. Nice to see you today. My name's Ruth MacDonald. I'm a social worker for the child criminal exploitation on the front line. I also lead on the BME safe space within Sheffield City Council. Again, looking at working from the inside and looking at resources and work, strengthening and building on confidence and self-esteem. So I've got a few questions that basically I'd like to ask you today. My first question is, what role do you and other councillors have in shaping the economic development and strategies? How do you work with other partners?
I'll start on that, and then Edward can come in as well if you like. So we have in economic development set boards usually as mechanisms. So we've had something called the City Growth Board for a while, which is a standing board. That was being refreshed as COVID hit. And so over the pandemic, we've used something which I outlined in the submission called the Business Growth Board. So we would use a board like that to engage on policy development, and then the organisations around that board would also go back into their organisations and their networks to seek information and to help shape policy. We would then probably do a piece of work with a piece of research based underneath that would build the basis of a strategy and then consult on that with our partners and our networks.
Okay. Anyone else? Thank you. What about how do you actually engage with the BAME community in economic shaping?
And I think that's the critical point, really, and our learning through this process is that the networks that we use, the formal networks that we use, don't have appropriate representation from ethnic minority businesses and BAME communities. We have always in our City Growth Board, for example, talked about representation and had some diversity in our membership. Sometimes we don't achieve that all the time, in honesty, and I think it needs to become more of a criteria rather than an aim of those boards. I don't think it's just about diversity of our membership, though. We haven't gone further enough to hear kind of what the community want in terms of an economic strategy. Some of that is also around data. And a problem that we have, it's a national issue, I think, and the Federation Small Business Report is kind of one of the businesses at a Sheffield level. National data sources don't have it, so we can't analyse it. What we haven't done is a piece of research locally to pull that together for ourselves. I think what I've learned through looking at the Federation of Business Support and talking to others, that there are potential data sets that could be mined, like Companies House, other things like that, where we could get some of that information from. It's not something that's free to access and collected. And so I think, again, that's another reason why I think minority business views are underrepresented in economic strategy. So there's definitely work to do in that space from my view. I'll let colleagues come in if they want to.
Yeah,
Ruth, if I may, I wonder if I can just ask about the issues around the representation around the boards.
yeah.
Because you say in your evidence that you come together to make good things happen. Though, like the Sheffield Partnership Board, who we've just been speaking to, you draw your partners from civic boards and governance that have themselves accepted in these hearings that they lack diversity.
Yeah.
So what are your views on this?
That inequality exists in that space, and I've seen that, I think, through this process. We tend to draw on formal networks, and those networks aren't representative. And so therefore the boards that we're drawing together aren't representative. And I think this is what I mean around the inequality in the ecosystem, that we've got a role to play as what we do as an organisation, but we've also got to shape the ecosystem. So when we are bringing together partners, that is starting to be representative. I think one thing I would flag is during COVID, where we have sought out new people to work with in the community, and maybe I'll let Yvonne come in on some of that work that we've done, because there has been a constant feedback loop through that. So once we had got the right networks and communication in place, that was fed back to boards and internal panels that were making decisions, and policy was developed in lifetime, really, for the pandemic, responding to some of that. So everything that you saw that we did in the report was done from probably September onwards, when we'd got the additional restrictions grant, and it was changing the way we were doing things constantly. So I'll bring Yvonne in to talk about some of the new connections that we've made in the community, but my reflection is that that's around service delivery, and there is more to do with getting those communities represented in the decision-making boards of our city as well, not just in where we deliver services, but we've started to make those connections.
Yes.
Yvonne, do you want to kind of come in?
Yeah, so during
Yvonne,
COVID...
sorry, Yvonne, could you introduce yourself?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
So my name's Yvonne Asquith, and I manage the Business Sheffield programme. And as Diane Edward have said, previous to COVID, it was a relatively small business support programme, but we have extended and expanded our support over the last 16 months to reflect the nature of distress within the business community that COVID has had, and involved all different departments in the council in that delivery, really, and communities as well, as Dive reflected. And I think actually where we have done that has been through the local community response teams that the council has had. And I think our opportunities going forward is through the local area committees, and continuing to have those conversations with those community organisations and business forums that we've been put in touch with. Through those relationships, really, I think it's opened up so many doors that we just weren't aware of before, in all honesty. And I think there is huge opportunity now to reflect on that work and make the most of it going forward. I really do believe that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can I just add one thing, which is about the first step? I feel is the hardest on this. So it would be beneficial, I think, to have some advocates and some places to go that can connect us. And from a service delivery perspective, we've got some of that in the LRCT leads and some of the community organisations. But once we have access to a start of a network, it kind of naturally opens up. That's what we've found. Once we've got some some ethnic minority businesses to be champions for us. When they tap into their networks, what happened was it rolled quite naturally. So we used some ethnic minority businesses in our communications, and we found that reached whole segments of the community we'd never talked to before. And I feel like the same might happen in terms of creating change at the top of the network. If there are 2 or 3 initial starting points in terms of, even if they're not just in Sheffield, but they're national or regional, that we can start to tap into, I think once we start that and have that as kind of an access into a network, it can snowball. I think sometimes we don't know what we don't know, and we that first step of accessing your networks is a barrier for us, and help to take that first step, I think, would make change much quicker.
Yes, thank you. Ruth, do you want to follow on from this?
I think the thing for me, I was just going to basically ask, was in regards to getting information out and the communication, the language. I think, again, what are you doing in regards to overcoming that language barrier? I know you mentioned, Diane, in regards to helping to fill out the applications, but what are we doing to overcome that language barrier? I think Yvonne's put her hand up for that one.
Yes, yeah, I'll let Yvonne answer.
I think this is about accessibility of information, and I think what we've done throughout COVID has been a bit of a sticking plaster, actually. So we have done lots and lots of resources in different community languages, and we've taken them out, you know, and delivered them to businesses and taught them through guidance, and literally sat with businesses and helped them to apply for grants, help them with their cash flow forecast, whatever they've needed really to survive. But actually it's a sticking plaster, because if our website was translatable, if the application form was already in those community languages, then you've already cut that barrier out altogether. And I think, you know, that would be the panacea. That would be absolutely amazing if we could get to that point, because it is a barrier. Our information is accessible. Business Sheffield's information is accessible in that our call to actions are clear, and things like that. And I think that's important for diversity across the board. You know, we need to be clear about our communication across the board. And I think other departments of the council as well, you know, could work on that too. I think that's something that we need to work together in teams of the council more, really. And it's something that I feel, you know, quite strongly about.
Okay, I'll pass back to you, Kevin.
We've heard maybe Yvonne again, but Diana and Edward, please come in. Following on from this, we've heard from people who have joined us at the hearings their lived experiences as successful Black-led businesses that don't suffer from English as a second language, don't have that challenge. They don't have this lack of understanding of eligibility, or are cash-only businesses, which is what you say are some of the constraints of accessing your services, that themselves complain. So given that they don't have these constraints, themselves still complain of racial disparities in business regarding access to procurement processes, poor access to business support, which you've already touched upon, but convoluted funding processes, and from being excluded from major government funds aimed at the places where they live. So have you heard any of these complaints before? So that could be any of you. Have you heard any of these complaints before?
I haven't heard them directly levelled at our service. I know of them because of the Federation of Small Business report, which I have read, and that was kind of explaining how ethnic minority businesses are more entrepreneurial, but access to finance is holding them back. I think that's probably more about the ecosystem as well, and the financial systems, not just our services. But I do think there is, in terms of the projects that we design and the grants that we are pushing out, there is something for me that is a knock-on effect to that kind of design of the ecosystem and the product in the first place. So if they're not round the table designing what those grant systems look like, what the grants can be used for, they're not going to represent what ethnic minority businesses need when they hit the ground running. And think that's what I saw in that report, and where I think we could affect some change. What I saw in that report was a lot of different grant products that we do know about because we utilise them, and that the criteria of those grants don't quite fit what an ethnic minority business would seek to do, or where they would want to expand. So we haven't heard them directly, and I would like to learn more about what those barriers are, and if there's racism within that, then we would want to expose it. But I do think there's something in how these grants and projects are designed that don't maybe represent ethnic minority businesses enough, and that's why they might not be the best fit a lot of the time. That's my learning from the report that I've read, but if you could share lived experience, that would be really useful.
Yeah, and well, you know, we have examples of businesses who've had to threaten to leave banks just so that they can get loans, you know, themselves and their families and friends, just so that they can get a loan, and loans were then given, but they had to resort to threats to get loans, you know, just straightforward business loans. And you know, again, some of the processes have involved starting with one person and then going through 3 or 4 others and then coming back to the original person, so that these convoluted processes have been outlined to us, where eventually people will walk away in terms of getting business support, you know, whether it's in terms of expertise or in terms of you know, access to funding mechanisms. Yeah. Going back to what you were saying, Diana, you were you know, and this is why I was sharing the lived experience. Are you or your colleagues aware of racism or any kind of systemic racial inequalities in business more broadly? It's quite a direct question, but I'm just wondering whether racism in business is something that's part of your conversation, or racial inequalities in business. Because you've talked about some racial disparities, but I just wonder whether racism in itself and in the business environment is a point of conversation.
I mean, I'll give you a very personal response, if that's okay. So I think in 10 or so years of kind of going to various business forums, I have probably heard 1 or 2 instances of overt racism, you know, not to somebody, but about Black people, you know, that really was just shocking and abhorrent, from people who you would absolutely expect higher standards from. So I could say, hand on heart, in 10 years, I have heard a small number of overtly racist comments. What we're talking about here as well, though, is obviously that kind of entrenched systemic inequality, and that correlation, and you know this, that correlation between the concentration of ethnic minority-owned businesses in urban centres, in the more deprived parts of urban centres that have been more exposed to the likes of COVID, are disproportionately less likely to be plugged into networks, recipients of grants, recipients of programs. So that deep-seated, multi-layered, kind of amplified inequality we see in Sheffield, don't we? That I'm afraid is a reality. But in terms of a very personal and direct response to your question, yeah, I have heard sadly, I have heard a couple of instances of racism.
And this is from people who are, I'm guessing, influential, because you say they should know better. They're experienced. They are.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not asking for names.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that these are, you know, likely to be influential people and experienced people who should know better.
Yeah, and it's a stereotype, isn't it? But it's a generalisation, because it's true that there is a cohort of white male elder business people, overtly successful, made money, run businesses, are in positions of influence and authority, and it is that sort of individual that I heard the comment from.
And I think it's also interesting that you heard the overt manifestations, because we often talk about in these predominantly white spaces, that's where where in this case these white men or women will perhaps feel safe that they're speaking to others who will accept what they're saying without challenge. So so in as far as there is a whole debate around white privilege, you know, whether it exists or otherwise, you know, a privilege of whiteness is to be able to be in those spaces and to challenge and disrupt the racism as it occurs. You know, so yeah, anybody wishing to know a bit more about white privilege, I've written books on the thing, but anyway, I'd like to just to say, I think Diana was about to say something, I think, or Yvonne, were you about to add to that?
It was just that I think there are fundamental things that make this persist, and I do get a sense of there's an inequality in that. I feel like ethnic minority businesses are on the outside looking in of some of these organisations, and we need to stop that. I think knowing how the public sector work, there are some key things. I think data is really important, and understanding and talking to some of these businesses so they are represented in our kind of policy making would be a really good step, as well as getting these businesses onto our formal boards. The two of those things together, I think, would be important to kind of prevent some of that inequality.
Yes, thank you, Yvonne. Yes, thank you, Diana. Yvonne?
Yeah, and just to add to that, kind of from a business support kind of practical level, we have a team of really specialist business advisors, and I think the bank example is a really good one. What we need to do in Business Sheffield is actually talk to those businesses who are having those issues and ensure that we're taking that conversation to them rather than expecting that to come to us. I think that's what we've learned over COVID, and we need to absolutely do that with SMEs where, you know, that leaders of businesses are from ethnic minorities. We've got to do that, and that's got to be the next step, to have those conversations and then actually take some of that learning to the banks that we have networks of in the city, and, you know, get some of those conversations happening more readily perhaps than currently are within our business support ecosystem.
Yes, I was going to ask if the banks were part of your network, were your partners, and whether you could actually influence them, and you're hinting at that.
Yes, so they're not part of our network, but our growth advisors are absolutely in touch with banks and have had to be over COVID about bounce back loans and the coronavirus loans as well. So it is a part of the role that those growth advisors have, and I think having that conversation with those bank networks is something that we could absolutely do and must do.
Yes. Thank you. I'd like to invite two colleagues to speak, one after the other. So first, Shruti, and then Sonia. So Shruti, in regards to issues around economic development strategies, and Sonia in regards to the ecosystem that you were referring to. Shruti, could you introduce yourself and then ask your first question?
Thank you. Thanks, Kevin. I'm Shruti Bhargav. I'm an independent consultant, and I chair a BME Housing Association in Leeds, which also does a lot of work around inclusive growth. And I've got a long history, but I used to work in council as well in corporate policy. I left a long time ago. That's probably enough of an introduction. So I take it that you have a key role in developing economic strategy for the city, that it links in with the city partnership and the city region. Am I right?
Yes.
So I'm really interested in understanding how the deprivation experienced by BME communities fits into that. I mean, there's a really stark picture, isn't there? I mean, in the 2011 census, we've had decades-long deprivation in the same areas of the city, which are the areas where BAME communities are strongly concentrated, facing greater levels of poverty. The 2011 census said that 38% of the city's BME communities are living in the 10% worst areas in the country. You know, we know Burn, Grieve and Darnall have very high populations of BAME people, for around 40% level of poverty. I mean, how has this been fed into and helped to shape your economic development strategy?
I'll start.
Yeah, sorry, I want to know what is in the strategy. I haven't seen anything which is about tackling the deep-rooted deprivation. Yeah,
we haven't got an inclusive economic strategy at the moment. We are in the process of pulling it together. But as I was explaining earlier, the process starts with data a lot of the time, and some consultation. So we are gathering information at the moment around deprivation and in employment and skills to inform an employment and skills strategy. We have a look at COVID impacts. So we pull on data sets that do absolutely cover these levels of deprivation, and that informs strategy development and policy development. So I'll go back to kind of where the data is lacking. There is often a lack of understanding, and there are the categories and the geographies that you analyse are limited by that data. And I think we need to do more to talk to communities and bring in that engagement and real feel into the kind of our processes of developing strategies, and that's certainly in our plans this year. I think the other thing that I would say is that economies are really complex things, as you are all aware, and inequalities tend to compound, and so you do get this geographic footprint on them. So often you're tackling multiple things at once, and it's kind of layered. And there's another layer in terms of what the local authorities' power is on that. People, I think that we can control the economy, and we absolutely can't. There are some levers that we can pull in some places, and I think in an inclusive economic strategy, there needs to be some honesty around where we can affect change, but also some more laser focus around those areas. And for me, it is in areas where kind of the economy is failing, and I don't think trickle-down economics works. We need to do more to connect people into the economic system. So as a city council, we can't kind of change the economy. We have some influence, but it's about being focused in the areas where we can really impact change. And I think that that is around inequality and inclusive growth. I will just say, though, that we do have a lot of influence, if not direct control. And in terms of the stakeholders we work with, in terms of the city region and the resources that we can bring to bear to try and make a larger impact of change in those areas. And I think there is more, again, that we could do to voice some of these issues and come together as a city around them. And I think this Equality Commission can help us do that as a city, and will absolutely influence the developing economic inclusion strategy and the city partnership review that's going on at the moment.
So if I may just respond to that, this has been the situation for decades. So why are we only talking about data gathering now? That's one thing. And then, you know, when we talk about economic development in the city, including in the city partnership and at city region level, and in the council, and the strategies that come out from the council that are helped shaped by the council, the language and thinking is often about attracting big business, the heart of the city, and we see a complete absence of any real focus on BAME communities in the most deprived areas of the city. And they get pushed to regeneration, don't they? We talk about regeneration, and then come pots of money, as Kevin pointed out, you know, we've heard from lots of people about that funding not getting to communities, and the deprivation continues. So we're just not seeing that. And yet there are also things around like the city partnerships inclusive framework that for which focuses on inclusive growth, and that's 3 years old now, isn't it? So I'm just throwing some challenges out to you. Hope that's okay.
Hang on.
Yeah.
So
Cool.
Shruti, you asked one question, so I was expecting a second question. So there's not a second question. It was an observation.
So my question is
Yes.
is there an issue with the way we think about economic development in the city?
So the first one was about data,
Mhm.
and then the other one you've just heard.
I mean, I'll take the data one. We have always been data-led. We are limited by the data sets that are available, which are often defined by ONS and national government. So we use the same data sets as most cities and as the UK, and there are some fundamental issues within those data sets. And so I think what I'm also seeing is that we need to commission different types of data that is what we need for the city to understand our communities better. But we have always been data-led. Every strategy that I've been involved in has always had kind of that evidence base of data. But if there are gaps in that data, there'll be then gaps in the policy to making. So I think there is something there around the data sources that we are using not being sufficient. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that second question.
Second point was about how we think about economic development, whether that's an issue. Yeah. I'll bring colleagues in. I can see Yvonne's over now. I think there's two things I'd probably like to say in that is that inclusive growth is on our agenda, and more things are coming on to our agenda, like donut economics. So the way that we think about economic development is changing. It's not. There's been I think a period of time nationally where it's been about growth at any cost, and that has actually widened inequalities in some senses. So there's more a focus now, I think, on thriving places within the resources that kind of sustainability allows, but also making sure that your communities are growing with you. And I think that leads to my second point about how we're starting to design policy through our local area committees and concentrating more on communities as well. And so there is a push in the council in the last 12 months to really start to reach into communities in different ways and designing that policy making through things like local area communities. Yvonne and Edward, do you want to add to that at all?
Yes, that's okay. It was just around that opportunity for the LACs really, and I think we're already having those conversations with those teams now about what local data do we need, and then what do we do with that data, because actually we're in a position now where those the level of inequality has got bigger over COVID and will increase if we don't do something about it. And I think we are absolutely aware of that point. So we have to do something now. And those policies have to look at communities or the gap just gets wider. But I do think those opportunities are there, and, you know, possibly for the first time to really look at individual communities and their issues, unemployment and all those kind of things, and actually link those two things together where we are regenerating and growing with businesses, linking those up to where people are further away from the labour market, where they have lost jobs, you know, and where there are needs in schools and those kind of things. We've just got to work better together in those departments, and especially with our employability and skills colleagues. Ed,
do you want to add anything to this, or?
Only just really briefly, just to, I think, endorse what Diana said around, so, you know, there's a lot of talk of COVID. You know, we haven't just discovered these issues because of COVID. They were there anyway. We knew about them. COVID obviously has heightened them in many, many ways. So what I mean by that is I think some of your critique, Shruti, is fair in terms of if we haven't currently got a published economic strategy for the city. That's a gap, and that's a problem that we need to fix. If you picked up an economic strategy from 5 years ago, it would have talked about inward investment, skills, productivity, enterprise, startup. It would have covered all the right territory. at a macro level, but it would not, I think, have been what you would pick up and think of as an inclusive economic strategy that's rooted in community and dealing with specific kind of multi-layered, multi-general drivers of inequality. I think the economic strategy that we would be producing in the future will look and feel and be meaningfully very, very different. That's not because of COVID. That's because we were sort of trying to start that journey before COVID. Obviously, a lot of attention has gone on to just administering the impacts of COVID, the grant programme. So we're not as far down the road as we would otherwise have been. But I don't want people to think the impression is that we've only discovered these issues because of COVID. These were discussions that we were having pre-COVID. COVID's kind of got in the way of some of the policy work. But really just, I think your critique around the city centre, it's important that the role of the city centre is in economic strategy. Of course it is, it's an important part. But it's only a part. It's a small part, and I think the emphasis has probably in the past been too weighted towards big sort of city centre macro policies and interventions, and nowhere near addressing the kind of issues that you've highlighted in your question. So I'm probably just telling it. I think your critique is probably right.
Thanks, Shruti. Thank you very much. Sonia, could you introduce yourself before asking your question?
Thank you, Professor Hilton. A warm welcome to Edward, Diana, and Yvonne. Yes, my name is Sonia Gale. I was born in Sheffield. I moved away in the 1980s to work in banking, financial services, and I was Ernst Young and Anderson's. I recently returned to find Sheffield different, sometimes for the better, but in some cases seemingly stuck in a bit of a time warp. And hence my reason for joining the commission. And I wanted to pick up, Diana, on one of the points you made around, the inequalities that you identified in the ecosystem. And I guess it's a shame that it took a pandemic before, to galvanize everyone into a state of action. But now that we have identified it and there's a willingness to address the issue, I think one of the questions for me was really understanding the effectiveness of the equality impact assessment process, which the Commission had been led to believe would flush out a lot of these issues. And so it begs the question, is that no longer fit for purpose? Is it just a tick box exercise? And I guess in talking to various hearing experts, some of the improvements we've heard is targeted funding for businesses with diverse boards and with a strong EDI policy, and maybe clear evidence of how they're benefiting their diverse communities. And perhaps also looking at the diversity amongst the hub expert team, because I think the last time I looked on the website, I'm sure they're all very good, but I'm not sure I saw a brown or black face amongst them. And also, I guess, looking at the boards of the hub and Sheffield Futures. And then there's a lot of focus, I think, on equity of funding. So actually, is this part of our strategy? Should we be looking at ring fence funding to target areas and businesses that are in Page Hall, Fir Vale, Darnall, Burn, Grieve? And so I just wanted to get a sense, Diana and Edward, how much of these suggested improvements that we've heard about are already on your radar?
Can I also get a response to the question around equality impact assessments and whether they're fit for purpose?
I mean, I'll take that one if that's okay. So I suppose as a kind of director of the service, I feel kind of accountability really. My honest view, equality, there is a real danger that the equality impact assessments become a tick box exercise. It's not always, and obviously it needn't and it shouldn't be like that. Hand on heart though, there are instances where so for us, the equality impact assessment it is a part of the decision-making process, and it gets captured and summarised in the formal cabinet report. And I'm sure I'm not telling you stuff you don't know, but I think it is important to be truthful and on the record. There are instances where you're writing a report and you go, oh shit, I've got to do the equality. So you do it, and you're justifying the decision or the option or the recommendation that you're writing the cabinet report for. That clearly is not the way to be doing it. There are instances genuinely where the equality impact assessment is done right up front, done properly, done with a kind of an open intent, and it does influence the shape and the nature of the policy. But I say, I'm sure I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but there are real dangers and instances where the EIA becomes a tick box exercise. Absolutely.
I think I'd add to that when something is a positive action, is seen as doing something positive in the round, we tend to look at negative equality impacts when we're doing equality impact assessments, not whether the positive thing that we're doing is reaching communities equally. And I think that's a nuance that is missed in the impact assessments.
And the second part of the question, Sonia?
No, well, it was just really just sharing with Edward and Diana some of the improvements that, you know, some of the ideas that that we've heard throughout the hearings, and this, you know, emphasis, you know, are these improvements that are currently in your thinking, which is looking at targeted funding and actually, you know, focusing on those businesses where they do have diverse boards and a strong EDI policy, and where they can evidence that they are benefiting communities on an equitable basis. And then, of course, then you, and I think this ties into the sort of economic aspect, which is actually targeted or ring-fence funding for those minoritized businesses where, you know, in those areas like the Page Halls and Darnells and Burn Greaves. So we're effectively spreading some of that economic benefit more widely rather than it being currently seemingly concentrated in certain pockets of Sheffield.
So my answer to that is partial. So your question is, are these on your radar? How much are you working towards them? My answer is they are on our radar. We are probably partially working towards them. So in terms of the conditionality of grants and which businesses we might select to choose, that's something that I think is moving in the right direction, but not going to the depth that it can and should and needs to that you're talking about. So, for example, we've got better in recent years around commitments to local labour, ethical procurement, local sourcing of goods and services. I don't think I know we've not gone. I'm thinking of grants, for example, that have been administered through the city region. I don't believe they have anything in terms of the EDI policies, makeup of boards, and so on. That would be a natural extension of that. So I think we're partially down the road. In terms of the makeup and diversity of our advisor network, that is something that we are alive to, and Yvonne might choose to comment on that point. Where I don't think we are currently talking about is the potential for ring-fence funding. I think that gets us into a conversation about the priorities of an economic strategy. Diana's point about a laser-like focus on key priority areas also leads to what funding is it we're talking about. There are some funding streams that we administer for, say, for example, on behalf of central or city region government, where we perhaps might not have that flexibility. Comes back to local economic strategy, local prioritisation. If that is a priority, then we would need to generate and have the funds that are able to be ring-fenced so that we can do exactly as you're talking about. So I think across the things that you mentioned, we have some progress, but sorry to be a bit of a struck record, not enough.
But presumably if we put these recommendations in our report, that would help.
Yeah, I was just going to say on that I think the improvements that we've made during COVID is because we've lived it and we've been in front of those businesses. We're humans, you know, we feel for them. We want to do better, and we've learned from that process. And I think in this area where it's more about changing systems, we need more guidance and we need more recommendations and introductions, real practical things that can help. Detailed recommendations actually in some respects, and then hand-holding and helping to introduce us to things, because the will to want to change this is absolutely there in the people in this room anyway. I know that much. And the other nuance to that as well, I think during the pandemic we've focused on the sectors that have been hardest hit by the pandemic, so very much kind of traditional ethnic minority businesses, and I'm aware that there are a growing set of ethnic minority businesses in other sectors like digital, like advanced manufacturing, and the needs of that set of businesses are different to these traditional businesses that have been working to. And I'd be really interested to learn more about that cohort too and how we access those. I think that would really add value to a lot of the growth services that we provide, that we could help get them access to immediately. So yes, please do help us in this area.
Thank you.
You. you talk about your comms strategy. We've got 2 minutes. You talk about your comms strategy used to publicize your services. What good practice can you share with us of impact?
It's small scale, but perhaps in the report itself, there is a link to a short snip we did on social media with an ethnic minority business about them accessing their grants.
I saw that. It was a shopkeeper who was talking about access. Yeah. So yeah. So he was talking. I think it was on Twitter or something. So
yeah.
So that was useful in terms of him saying to others in a similar situation that many people like him don't know these funds are available. But I think it was a kind of a COVID related recovery type. Yeah. So do you have any so that was a useful example. Do you have any other example? Do you collect any examples of impact and good practice in regards to your comms work?
They're small scale at the moment. So the impact of that was that we reached a whole other set of businesses that we weren't talking to before. And one of the impacts is when we have done case studies from communities, we get further reach. And so we've done more of that. But in terms of, I mean, I say this in the paper, the impact in terms of measurement of the work that we've done during COVID, we don't have a measure of that.
Yeah.
One of the other issues is that we collect business information on the entity of the business rather than the business owner. So in terms of the grants that we've delivered through COVID and through our support in the main, it can be cut by sector and by business characteristics and scale, but not by ethnicity, because the data capture is focused on the business entity rather than the business owner. And I think that's a reflection that we've made now as we're stopping and looking at our data. And during COVID, we were all sent home one day. We weren't set up for remote working, and then we were delivering to a massive amount of businesses the next day, and our systems weren't coping with that. So we set up temporary CRM systems based on spreadsheets. And again, in our normal collection, ethnic minority questions are in there, and we ask businesses and business owners to self-identify their ethnicity. But because we weren't using our normal CRM system, we were using this business entity capture information. That's been lost. And it's a real, I think, because we have made so many efforts to try and do things differently. I would love to have seen if that had a real impact in our data. And we don't have that now. So again, these are things that we are putting right now going forward. But yeah, it shows that there's more to do.
I think Yvonne and Edward want to say something.
Go on, Yvonne, you go first. You might be the same point I'm going to make. You go on.
It was just on comms, really. Sheffield has such a great diversity of business base, and our comms needs to absolutely reflect that and celebrate different businesses. And I think that's what we're getting much better at, and we need to continue to do, represent all of our businesses, whether large or small, really, and all its diversity, and celebrate that as much as possible. And I think we've absolutely started to do that, and it's now forming part of our day-to-day activity when we're looking at what we put out there to the business community, really.
Yeah. If it's okay, the point I was going to make just briefly is we put in the paperwork how we scaled up the business gateway, so people that were on the phone answering business inquiries. A lot of those calls would demand failure from other parts of the regulatory services. So I guess a really important point around during COVID, some services, some organisations, they retrenched back to just dealing with emails. Actually, there's a massive lesson about human beings just talking to another human being and having a kind of a compassionate person on the end of the phone to talk to who's going to actually take the time to listen and understand the problem and try and help it. There was a huge point around, it's not perfect, but the Business Sheffield gateway was actually, 7 out of 10 calls, say, weren't actually to do with Business Sheffield services. It was people that were trying to get through to planning, licensing, property, business rates, and couldn't get a response. So we're ringing our team because they knew that they'd get somebody to talk to and some help. So that it's not, we've focused a lot inevitably because of what we do around the business support services, but that's nothing if the rest of the system and the regulatory environment is still full of complexity and jargon and lack of responsiveness. So big lesson for me in terms of the communication was that person-to-person communication, not hiding behind email and websites.
Thank you very much. We have slightly overrun. I mean, one thing I'm left with just from what you've said was just not having a measure on some of the work that you're doing, and so therefore it's difficult then to replicate some of the good practice. Or if the three of you were to leave, the institutional learning would be lost. So there is that element of systemizing your good practice, so that you can continue building and being able to upscale that work.
Would I be able to ask one more question? A very quick one, if I may. It
would have to be very, very quick because we have overrun, and
I know
we're there now.
Really, it was just to ask Diana, where could the Commission find sort of published evidence? Because I was trying to understand, I'm obviously a trustee of a charity, and one of the things we focus on is impact, and we're always being challenged as a charity. Where is the money going? How have you shifted the dial? How have you made a difference? So where could the Commission find information on and statistical data on how the Hub and Sheffield Futures, how have they supported businesses, and is that cut by sector? I appreciate we won't be able to see by ethnicity, but it would be good to see, what are your successes, I guess. And so I want to get some insights on how that might look if we were factoring in some of these protector characteristics.
Yeah, we have CRM systems. We don't do a regular published report of the businesses that we've done, and there is some data in the submission which we can do a wider cut of. I think if you asked us at the moment for the data, the COVID data, we haven't fully analysed it yet, but we could definitely do that. So there's nothing I could send you like that, to be honest.
Because I guess one of the challenges, the focus of those organised, is to help businesses to start up, grow and thrive. So have you actually achieved that, and has it been successful across all sectors?
Well, we are subject to performance monitoring on a monthly basis, where we submit how many businesses that we've worked with through that period on our different programmes. So we definitely have that kind of data that we can share, absolutely. I'm happy to do that outside of the Commission if you'd like to.
Sorry, I know we're tight time. Really briefly though, there is an inherent challenge, I think, in a lot of economic development, keyword being impact, as you highlighted. What we are good at is counting the outputs of our work, so we can tell you how many businesses we've spoken to, etc. What we're not good at doing is showing the outcome of that work. So
it's not a criticism of your team.
No, it's inherent, isn't it?
It's across the board, and
absolutely,
we want to see that focus more on outcomes rather than what's being done. What actually happened.
In addition to that, we want to understand the pathway to impact so that can be reproduced.
Yeah, there is something about budget in this as well, that you need budget to be able to assess impact properly, and to evaluate, and through austerity those budgets have gone, and it's something that I would welcome the return of. Sorry to interrupt you, Kevin.
No, that was a very helpful interjection there for the Commission. So thank you. And on that note, I'd like to thank all three of you for attending, Edward, Diana, and Yvonne. It's been really, really helpful. Thank you very much. If there is anything that you would like to send us post this meeting, please send it through to the Race Equality Commission inbox or directly to me, and I'll make sure it's shared with the commissioners. And it would be great if you could stay in touch with us, and if you come up with any great ideas that would be helpful for our report or recommendations, again, please get in touch. Commissioners, thank you very much for this morning. we have our next session at 1:45. If you could just be with us a little while before then. And Secretariat, thank you very much for your logistical support thus far today. Much appreciated. And again, thanks to our guests for coming today.
Recorded, and it will be available afterwards, and any evidence that you've given that's non-confidential will also be available on the Commission's website afterwards. Can everyone in attendance wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking, and can everyone introduce themselves before speaking? And if there are any questions from commissioners, can you put those in the chat to me personally, and I'll send them on to the chair. And now I'd like to hand you back over to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thanks, Adele. And firstly, Louisa, welcome to this hearing, and thanks for your time today. As independent chair of the Commission, I'm joined by commissioners who I will invite to speak with you shortly. Just before they do, I wonder if you could just say a few words about yourself, just introduce yourself and the capacity you're joining us in, and if you could offer us some of the key take-homes from your submission, that would be fantastic.
Yes, smashing. So hello everyone, thank you for having me, pleasure to be here. Yeah, so my name is Louisa. I am currently the interim chief exec at Sheffield Chamber. I also have another hat, which I thought would probably be useful for today. I run an employment agency in Sheffield, which is called Benchmark. I've run that for 15 years now. So just in terms of recruitment processes and practices and that I've seen across the city in the last 15 years. But yeah, in my capacity at the Chamber is a membership organisation that supports around 1,000 businesses in Sheffield. And it's a wide range of businesses all across different industry sectors. As an organisation, I've been involved with the organisation for about 10 years. In a voluntary capacity at first. I was on their council, served 2 terms on council, and then was invited onto the board. And then last year was asked to step in an interim position for 2 years, just while things steady themselves with the pandemic and everything, and we work out what we need. So firstly, I probably need to apologise about our submission, because I wouldn't say it's of the best quality. I know we had short notice in terms of submitting, so we put something in, but I'm hoping that our verbal conversation today will probably be more helpful and more useful, and we can tease out, what's more relevant for yourselves.
Is there anything in particular you'd like to pick out from it to share with us?
Yeah, I mean, I think just if this is okay with you, I was just going to be really kind of just speak openly and honestly and just have a conversation, because I'm very conscious that the Chamber as an organisation has a long way to go in terms of being best practice. We've made some major inroads, but there's a lot more that we can do. When I first came to the Chamber around sort of 10 years ago, I was one of only 2 women on the council. And there was no Black or person of colour on the council at all. The same with the board. And part of my role in a voluntary capacity was the chair of the nominations committee, and that was about pipelining people for the board and for the council. So over it's taken around 5 years. We've now changed the makeup of our council, so it is much more representative and diverse. It's now sort of 60-40 male-female. And there are 4 people of colour on the council. And then the same with our board. It was an all-male, all-white board when I first was involved. Now we have 6 men, 5 women, and there's 1 person of colour on the board. So we still have a way to go in terms of representation. But I suppose it's giving some context to where it came from. And as an organisation, the Chamber's always been traditionally more associated with sort of traditional industries, manufacturing and engineering, which tend to have a certain type of profile of business leader. And over the last certainly 10 years, we've started to represent a much more diverse range of sectors. And with that has given a more diverse range of people. But I do have some thoughts about what the Chamber can be doing and should be doing to try to encourage more startups and in communities that might not have the same levels of social capital and the same structural advantages that some communities have. You've probably seen yourselves, there's lots of startup support for university spin-outs. Something I'm really proud of that the Chamber's done with the Sheffield College Academy is an enterprise academy that we support at Sheffield College. They have a really mixed range of students, and that's about encouraging people who don't necessarily go on to further and higher education to start businesses in their own right. I think, I'm not sure how much in the submission we talked about our alignment with business in the community. That's been a fairly recent relationship. And
you did actually.
Oh, good. Yeah, we've alluded to.
Well, actually, I don't think you did. I think we found it.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm very fortunate that Carolyn McConnell and myself go back quite a way. And when I started to get involved with the Chamber, Carolyn and I started working more closely together, because I do think we've got a responsibility as an organisation to educate our employers. So some of the sessions that we've put on with business in the community have been around recruitment practices, and people being aware of their own biases. So we've talked about biases in recruitment practices. So embracing diversity and inclusion events that we've done with them. And also we did, our second event was around unconscious bias and microaggressions. As a chamber, we've promoted the Race at Work survey that business in the community did, and we've signed up to the Race at Work charter. And I know that survey, I think the results are published in October this year from that. But yeah, that's been a really good partnership, because business in the community have got a lot of resources that we don't have, and they've been able to educate us on how to educate our members, really.
Maybe we can catch up with talking about business in the community in a little while. Thank you for that summary. We'll come back to some of those points that you raise. Winston Campbell is one of the commissioners, and I'd like to invite him to speak with you. So Winston, could you introduce yourself before asking your first question?
Hi, Louisa.
Hi there.
My name's Winston Campbell. I own a property company in Sheffield, and I've owned a property company in Sheffield for the last 20 years. Prior to that, I worked in Sheffield City Council, social services, and I'm a qualified social worker and was a social work manager there. And I received your submission, and it was most welcome, and it's enabled me to put together a series of questions that I'd like to ask. You've touched on some before, but I'd like to expand on those as we go along. Okay.
Sounds good.
You mentioned in your submission, Louisa, that your mission is to lead the way in making Sheffield the best place in the UK to start, grow, and run a successful and sustainable business. You also mentioned that the Chamber views engagement with Black, Asian, and minority ethnic businesses as important. So can you share with us how the Chamber and you as an executive leader are leading the way on behalf of business generally, but more specifically on Black and Asian businesses across the city?
Sure. One of the things that's been really difficult and in preparing for this is that as a chamber, we don't hold data on the ethnicity of our businesses and the business owners. So it's difficult for me to say how many Black, Asian, minority ethnic businesses are in the chamber family. And I think it's the same with the Sheffield City Council. We hold information about the sectors, but not necessarily the ethnicity of the business owners. In terms of the programmes of work that I'm really keen to start, we've been in talks with Penny Raven, who you may know from Sheffield Soup, which is an organisation that helps startups, social enterprises, but also limited companies as well. I alluded to it before. I'm very conscious that a lot of the support programmes for startup businesses tend to come out of the universities, and they tend to be targeted at people that perhaps have already got quite a lot of advantages in life. The fact that they're in higher education for a start. So we're looking at how do we take a programme of work around helping people identify business ideas and then take them on that journey to canvass the business, look at investment for the business. And we're looking at doing that in communities that traditionally get overlooked. So that's a programme of work that we're looking to start. In terms of engaging with, so Sheffield Business Together is an organisation that the Chamber's just brought into the Chamber family. Sheffield Business Together is a consortium of kind of private sector employers that all want to tackle key social issues in Sheffield. And one of the areas that we've identified is around social mobility. So we're doing a programme of work in schools, and we've targeted schools that have the lowest levels of employer engagement, like with the Gatsby benchmarks. And it's all around raising aspirations and, I suppose, demystifying pathways to starting your own business or going into careers. So we're working in Longley Park and Springs Academy. I'm jumping around a bit here, but one of the challenges that we have, and this is just in my asks of things would be better if, from a see it, be it point of view, I'm very conscious. I get rolled out a lot as a young female leader because if you Google CEO or chief exec, you often get a white dude in their 50s or 60s. And I don't meet that profile. So I kind of get rolled out quite a lot. I'm very conscious that I need more people and more role models to profile to younger people from a see it, be it point of view. So I'm conscious that this is a difficult ask. My sister-in-law, she was born in Kenya. She's a Black female science teacher. So she gets asked all the time to do things because she's not a typical science teacher as such. And we've had the conversation with her about that it's an extra burden to ask people to constantly put themselves forward. But how, if she doesn't do it, who's going to do it? And that's one of the asks I've got is, how do I find more Black, Asian, minority ethnic business people to put best foot forward from a see it, be it point of view to encourage other younger people that if they can see other people that have done that and that have made that pathway and made a success, that it's easy for them too. Sorry, somebody's just trying to phone me. Yeah, sorry, I don't know if that answered your question, Winston.
It did in part. I suppose you're asking the Commission that question. What systems have you got in place for reaching those businesses?
Yeah, the systems that we've got in place through the Equality and Diversity Network with Sheffield City Council, being honest, it's kind of coming down to personal relationships. So I've taken it upon myself to reach out to specific people. So Dr. Muna Abdi, I'm looking at doing some reverse mentoring with her, with some of my chamber colleagues, because I'm really interested in her opinion on the structural biases that will be in our organisation. Even when it comes down to things like, I noticed that when we were looking at people to come onto the board, the timings of the meetings weren't really suitable for people who had caring responsibilities, or, you know, if people had requirements to pray, you know, it wasn't necessarily sensitive to people of different faiths. So I've had to come in and try and look at things from a fresh perspective, but I am trying to draw in people who have a different perspective to me to give their insight. I, just speaking honestly, I've just kind of had to do that off my own back and try and identify connected local people that can help me with that. I've tried to use business in the community as much as possible for, you know, things like the Race at Work Charter and those structural things. But in terms of actually getting people in to give specific advice, I'm looking at paid consultancy work with a number of people in Sheffield that are in those communities and in those networks, because I almost need to ask them to use their networks and go through them, really.
I suppose I'm just going to jump across, given the information you've given. You mentioned earlier about the number of Black, Asian people from minority ethnic communities on your council and board.
Yes.
I'm just wanting to understand the system you've got in place for introducing Black-led businesses to the Chamber of Commerce, and if I'm hearing right, if you're saying we're struggling to know where the businesses are, how are you going to attract businesses to the Chamber of Commerce, black-led businesses to the Chamber of Commerce? What's the system you've got in place for attracting black-led businesses to the Chamber?
I think it's difficult to say there's a system as such. Yeah, it does make sense. And that's something that we struggle with, is knowing how to reach communities, how to engage and how to promote the opportunities. Because I'm also very conscious that, you know, I'll give an anecdotal example. This was a different board that I sit on. I was asked to look at the composition of the board, and I wanted it to be, well, everybody wanted it to be more representative. And I approached a connection of mine who was a black woman to say, I'd like to encourage you to join this board. And we had to have a really honest conversation about the representation on the board, that there was nobody else that was a person of colour on the board. And that I appreciated how hard it would be for her to be the first person through the door. And fair play to her, she was like, it's a bit like I was the first female chair they ever had at Chamber Council in 157 years. They'd never had a female chair. So I was their first female chair. And it was deeply uncomfortable at first, but I pushed through it because I was like, somebody's kind of got to be first. So having that conversation with her around, I couldn't promise that it would be a safe space. I couldn't promise that people wouldn't say things that I would be deeply, you know, embarrassed by or might be inappropriate. But I had to kind of ask her to take that leap of faith with me, and fair play to her, she did. But in terms of, is there a set sort of system or structure or process to engage with those businesses? I'd have to be honest and say no, because I'm not sure that we would know where to look for those businesses.
Okay, I'm conscious that within a stone's throw of the your offices on Attercliffe Road, you've got a number of deprived communities with a high concentration of level of people of colour and Black and Asian businesses. So I'm thinking Attercliffe, Darnall, Spitalhill, Pittsmore, Fursall, Fir Park. What have the Chamber done in trying to directly engage with businesses from those communities?
So the Chamber, in terms of the way the membership works, it's an open call for membership and anyone can join to be a member. Obviously, it's a paid for thing to be a member. We do host kind of like open door sessions where we invite people in. In terms of trying to target specific communities, that's really been through our work with business in the community. So hosting specific events and looking at the BAME leadership pipeline work. So trying to partner with people that are doing sessions, particularly for BAME, sorry, I'm saying because it's called the BAME leadership pipeline, but Black and Minority Ethnic Pipeline, which is run by a lady in Sheffield. So we try and partner with them and try to put on appropriate events and events that would be well received. But in terms of specific targeting, we don't really do we don't do sort of postcode drops, or we don't do mail outs or such, or we don't really do like sales calls as such. We're not that proactive as an organisation in terms of recruiting members. It's almost like more people find us. But because we have hospitality, retail, leisure, transport, all sorts of different sectors, naturally we end up with quite a mixed variety of businesses and business representation. But I do think that that's something as an organisation, if we want to be more representative, we've got to be more proactive.
You mentioned that you don't collect data, but you also mentioned you work with 1,000, I think you mentioned 1,000 businesses.
Yeah.
Could you give me some information in relation to the profile of those 1,000 businesses in terms of Black and ethnic representation?
I couldn't, I'm afraid. I wouldn't be able to tell you, because the businesses that are members, it's the organisation that's the member, and there'll be a number of named contacts, but we don't ask the named contacts for what their ethnicity is.
Why do you not do that?
I actually don't know. I just think that it's never been something that until recently, we didn't collect data on how many employees were in that business either. So I think it's not something I don't know why they don't ask it. Yeah,
just complacency.
Potentially. I don't know whether it's also, I suppose, I just speaking honestly, I don't know whether there was sensitivity around asking it, or whether people would say, why are you asking it? What do you want it for? I don't know what we...
it's a rhetorical question, or didn't it matter?
I don't know. Maybe in the past it was because it's sector specific, so that was always the criteria was around what sector people were in. But I suppose if we want to have a baseline to say we need to have more people in our membership that are Black, Asian, minority, ethnic, we need to know what the baseline is to say, well, have we improved? Okay,
and have you ever considered, given the lack of numbers of Black Asian businesses within the membership, have you thought about how you might incentivize those businesses to join?
Yeah, now that's a conversation that we've started to have actually. Yeah, and looking at pathways and looking at people coming as they start from embryonic, how you can support them along the way. Some of the work we're doing through Sheffield Business Together is giving us a lot more exposure, but that is working slightly more with the voluntary and community sectors rather than limited companies.
Okay. Nationally, the Chamber of Commerce represents tens of thousands of businesses of all shapes and sizes, which employ almost 6 million people across the UK, which in your own words makes you a truly powerful force, a powerful force that regularly engages with decision makers, influence policy, and ensures the interests of businesses and businesses are represented. Can you tell me how the Chamber strategically embeds work on race equality in your own dealings and in your dealings with key stakeholders?
How it embeds, say again, sorry, how it embeds?
Strategically embeds the work on race equality.
So I would say through the work with business in the community, by partnering with people that are knowledgeable and equitable in that space, and bringing them in to inform and educate our members. So the programme of work that we're doing with business in the community is part of a commitment from us as an organisation that we need to educate our members around best practice when it comes to, certainly around recruitment practices, about on the onset of bringing people into the organisation, and then about accelerating people, mentoring, and ensuring that people are given the best opportunity and pathway to progress. Then I would say, yeah, the partnership with business in the community is our commitment to, I suppose, putting our money where our mouth is and working with people that have the framework, have the resources, have the structure to enable people to implement best practice in their workplaces.
Winston, if you could just indulge the chair for a second. Louisa, could you tell me, do you host the work done by business in the community, or have you actually signed up to the Race at Work Charter?
Both, yeah.
Okay, so as you know, then there are certain commitments that you would need to make to sign the charter. So you would need to have an executive sponsor. You should be capturing ethnicity data, committing to zero tolerance at board level, and so on, and take action that supports, this is their wording, ethnic minority career progression. Are you managing to tick those boxes with action? Are you able to are you the appointed executive sponsor for race? Do you have one? Because it seems to me that there are some things that you would need to sign up to that are not quite happening.
Absolutely, yeah, I would agree with that, and I think my my opening gambit here really was, I'm very conscious that the Chamber as an organisation has a lot more to do, in terms of capturing the ethnicity data. Yeah, that isn't something that our CRM is set up to do at the moment, but we need to look into that in terms of, and I think in the charter it was around a pay gap as well, wasn't it? Around capturing data around pay gaps.
Yeah.
And I mean, as the British chambers, I couldn't tell you, because I'm fairly new in post as well, so I couldn't tell you what the British chambers do with regards to capturing any data. But locally as a chamber, that isn't something that we do at the moment, and that is something that needs to change if we're going to measure any improvements. You mentioned around, it's worth mentioning around the work that the chamber's doing with the See It, Be It campaign. So Sheffield Business Together has been brought into the chamber fold, and the chamber is now responsible for financing Sheffield Business Together. So there's a few streams of work that they work in, but one is around social mobility and education. And so the chamber and the chamber members are supporting Cheryl Plant and her team to go into schools around raising aspirations and demystifying career pathways and so on. And trying to provide mentoring opportunities for people from more deprived communities to ensure that they have the best opportunities and the best chance to go on to sort of further and higher education or starting their own businesses.
Which is great. What about those people who are actually running their own businesses? Who can they see so they can be like them? Are you working with that at that level as well with the See It, Be It?
Do you know, See It, Be It at the moment is more targeted around younger people. So there's not as many established businesses. And I think that's, in terms of general support, the chamber provides a range of different support and for businesses of all sorts of different levels. But I couldn't say hand on heart that the chamber does anything specifically for Black and minority ethnic businesses, specifically targeted just to that group of people, because it doesn't at the moment.
Yeah. Sorry, Winston, back to you. Yes.
Louisa, what do you consider are the barriers faced by Black, Asian and minority ethnic businesses in Sheffield in terms of growth opportunities and access to affordable funding?
Yeah, well, I think that is one of the key ones, isn't it? Access to finance. I think that's common for all businesses, but I can imagine this is more sort of anecdotal from my experience of working in sort of skills recruitment and employment. There's a real challenge around, and you see this when people recruit people into their teams, that people like themselves, and people are comfortable with people like themselves. So I think there's a real, whether you call it conscious or subconscious bias there when it comes to people with great business ideas coming forward. Whether do they get championed in the same way? Do they get the same levels of support? I don't think so. And is that because the people making the decisions about where money's going to go, you know, don't look like the people that they're looking to give money to? Is that something that really needs to be really addressed? And do we need to be really honest about that and suggest that, you know, when I look around at some of the, and like I say, you know, you look at like Innovate UK and the things that come out of Scale Up 360 out of the universities and such, it all seems to be very predominantly white businesses and white business people that are accessing those funds. And I don't know why that is. That's not my world. But I do think there's a problem with access to finance, definitely.
You said you don't specifically know why that is. Could you give us because there's a widely held perception within Black and Asian business communities that there's a bias within anchor organisations' procurement processes, and contracts are often awarded to familiar people we already know, people who look like them, white-led organisations. Is that a familiar story that you're hearing? Because it's one that we're hearing as commissioners on a regular basis.
Yeah, I have to be honest and say I do think that is the case. I think when I'm very conscious of my own, you know, I am a white woman and I'm very conscious of the advantages that have been afforded to me and the doors that I can open or walk through comfortably. as I say, from walking in my sister-in-law's path, and you know, my niece and nephew, they're dual heritage. Just the things that Karen's told me about, just simple things I take for granted. If she walks in a shop, somebody might follow her around the shop. I mean, it's horrifying to me that that's the reality still in this day and age. But we've got to be honest about that, haven't we? And say that people do carry bias. They do, and it's where it's come from and how we wipe that out is a whole, you know, huge other subject. But people do carry that bias. So it wouldn't be a surprise, would it, that bias then plays out on an organisational basis when people are looking at procurement or looking at appointing people. You know, I found that very frustrating in my time as a recruiter, and I've banged heads with people on occasion when I sense that there's some prejudice or blatant racism in the way in which they're approaching their recruitment process. You know, but it's there, it is there, and we have to be honest about that and say it's better than it used to be, but it's still not where it should be.
Given that you mentioned in your submission, and it's a reality that you are policy influencers, how direct and challenging have you been with key stakeholders in relation to those kind of arguments?
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen anything within.
Just before you answer, because it's one thing to say something in the commission. It's the action and the doing that I'm interested in. I want to know if the chamber actually champions on behalf of Black and Asian businesses in those within those decision-making arenas.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we've had conversations about, you know, when it was a while back when we had like the Responsible Business Charter. But in terms of our influence, so we've been involved with the business response group with Sheffield City Council, Voluntary Action Sheffield, Sheffield Digital and so on. And as a chamber, I represent the chamber on the Sheffield City Partnerships Board. And one of the conversations we've been having at the Partnerships Board is around the Sheffield City Council's procurement process, and about how, as a major procurer of services, how if they had a more responsible procurement and were proactive in some areas, what a massive difference that could make. And I think that these aren't conversations that we've had yet with other anchor institutions. As I say, I'm quite new in post, really. I've only been in post since back end of last year. But I think that that's something that the chamber could absolutely champion, is it in terms of procurement across all our member base, about people, a bit like when we have from a recruitment process, you know, when we have positive recruitment steps and ensuring that we're proactively being inclusive, that if we all as organisations looked at our procurement process, then that could make a huge difference, you know, in terms of purchasing local and really being conscious of where we purchase and who we purchase and how we support organisations in those purchasing decisions. And I think that would be something that the chamber, from a policy point of view, could push and could lead with. I think that's something that where we could make a difference in that space.
Could or will?
Well, I'm happy to, absolutely. I 100% commit to. Yeah. So I think I'm not a lone voice. That's not what I'm saying by any stretch. I am taking an organisation on a big change management programme. And part of that is me bolstering the board with me and bolstering the council so that I've got the right people around me to help take it forward. So yeah, I think for me coming into the chamber, a big part of what I'm trying to do is around our social purpose, and that crosses and touches a number of areas, but obviously race equality is a massive one. So yeah, and I think with the chamber's got the ability to do it, so we have to.
Okay.
Winston, just to let you know that we have 10 minutes.
Okay, I'll do my last question, Kevin.
Okay, thank you.
Louisa, what support was on offer from the Chamber of Commerce to businesses, and particularly to Black and Asian businesses, as a result of COVID-19, the COVID-19 breakout? What support was on offer from the Chamber?
So the Chamber got involved with the business response group. So probably the main aspect of what we did there was helping the council disseminate the information about the loans and the grants, and trying to encourage people to take up what they could and what they were entitled to in terms of loans and grants. So that was just like disseminating information as much as possible. In terms of the support line, so there was various things put in place as an immediate response to it. Probably one of the most significant was through Sheffield Business Together, the way that the Chamber used its network to ask its businesses to support the voluntary and community sector. So in particular, there was a charity called Adele, which only works with Black, Asian, minority ethnic people around mental health. So that was a charity that we highlighted as someone that we would throw all our resource and throw all our support into. So Chamber members gave sort of time, pro bono support, financial support, professional advice to help that specific charity. But yeah, in terms of response to the pandemic, well, it was, you know, it was quite astounding really actually how many businesses wanted to step up and wanted to help. I found that really encouraging for us as a city, how many organisations just wanted to do good. Whether that was, you know, giving time, giving money, or pivoting their production lines to make PPE or whatever it was. So there was quite a call to action actually from the Chamber network, and I feel like they responded really well, and we tried to channel and funnel that into wherever the ask was. But that ask was some of that ask was coming through from the City Council, and some of that ask was coming through from Sheffield Business Together.
And was that support only offered to members?
No, actually, no. It was pretty much opened up. And actually, one of the things that we did do is any companies that were facing financial difficulty, we just allowed them to take payment holidays, so that they could continue to have their member benefits but not have to pay for them. Because obviously we were very aware that for some businesses it was really hand to mouth.
And I probably know the answer, but given that given that data wasn't at the top of your agenda, do you know how many businesses from the Black and Asian minority ethnic communities you supported during that period?
I don't, I'm afraid. I don't.
Okay. Do you know how many businesses were supported during that period?
I could get that data. I wouldn't want to say a number and it not be right, but I could find out for you.
That would be helpful, Louisa,
Yeah,
if you could after the session. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Professor
Thank
Hilton
you.
Now, and Louisa, thank you for your responses. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Winston.
Thanks, Winston.
I'd like to invite Dr. Sharon Curtis to ask you a question. Sharon, could you introduce yourself briefly and ask your question, as we will be finishing at past.
Hi, Louisa.
Hi there.
Sharon Curtis. I run a children's centre that's not too far from the Chamber of Commerce. I just wondered, I think we are going back a few years. We were members of the Chamber of Commerce. At that time, there was a very successfully led Black business forum and within the Chamber of Commerce. And I'm just wondering what has happened to that, because we were a member of the Chamber of Commerce. Two things: A, it's very expensive and we're a registered charity. B, at that point, there were lots of social engagements in which it drew together quite a lot of Black businesses and charities at that time. There were also quite a lot of functions in which they actually even showcased some of those businesses, in the sense that they even looked at offering award ceremonies. But the other beautiful thing about that is they actually linked with other cities. And I'm just wondering, Louisa, have you been able to glean some of that information, and what would you do with it?
Do you know, that is news to me. I didn't know we had that. I didn't know that was something that was ever in play, because one of the things I asked when I came into post was, in terms of networking, what groups do we have, and is there a Black, Asian, minority ethnic specific networking event? And there isn't at the moment.
There hasn't been for very many years. So
no, there hasn't been. Maybe
8 or 10 years, I'm thinking. I don't know, because sometimes I lose track of time. But I'm just saying that in terms of using what's successfully done, and I have to say that was really well done.
That's really interesting. Yeah, no, I'm really encouraged to hear that, because one of the things I was exploring is, if we were to do something like that, would there be desire? Would there be take up? Would it be appreciated? So I suppose what I'm hearing from you is that that's something that you think would be good to bring back. I didn't realise that they had that.
The chamber, actually, it was a black woman that was coordinating it all, and she coordinated it very, very well. She was very skillful in the way that she came round to the projects and the way that she presented that.
Yeah.
And it worked well. I don't know how much support she got internally in terms of the chamber, but I guess that's a way in which you could look at that in terms of using that in some sort of success and maybe leading that forward. And I think that you would get people, if they thought it was on a very professional sphere and that people was on an equal footing, then I guess that could work really well.
Yeah, that would be I would be really interested in following up that conversation, because if that was what I'm very conscious of is, I'm not black or a person of color, and so something like that, I would want to co-design that with somebody that that so I could be sensitive to what was appropriate and what wasn't appropriate. But to Winston's point earlier about what are we doing to attract other businesses in that space, it needs to be a bit of a snowball, doesn't it? If we started something like that and other businesses see that's happening, it's a safer space for people to come to. I'm very conscious that chambers are probably seen a bit traditionally as like a white male organisation, and so inviting people into that space is not that appealing. But inviting people into a safer space, and there's an opportunity to blend that space, and I think that could work much better.
Right. So okay. Thank you, Professor Hilton. I'll pass you back.
Thank you. I am conscious that there are a few other questions, but I'm not 100% convinced we're going to be able to get through them. But I'm going to dare you to try, Sonia. So your question will have to be very brief, and Louisa, if you could keep it your response brief. That would be fantastic. Against my better judgment here, but let's just see if you can prove me wrong.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Professor Hilton. Hi, Louise. My name is Sonia Gale. Obviously looking at, the Chamber of Commerce, and it states that it is a community working together to make business stronger. But I think we've already, if you look at your website, it does suggest that the Chamber of Commerce itself likes diversity. And when you look at the team of experts and the Chamber Board and the Chamber Council, where the diversity there is pretty much non-existent. So I guess my question to you would be, have you started thinking about how the Chamber of Commerce can work more effectively for Sheffield's diverse communities, and what more can be done to make our BAME-led businesses stronger? And you've heard from one of my colleagues that that there have been things done in the past, and maybe those could be revisited, and whether that's subsidized membership or having a competition for BAME-led Business of the Year, networking events, feature articles in Chamber Connect. What can you share with us?
Well, everything you've said there is totally possible, and there's no reason why we shouldn't do those things. So, the networking event that Sharon mentioned, subsidised membership, having categories in the awards, profiling more businesses in the Chamber Connect magazine. I know the makeup of the board and the council, it's a lot more diverse than it was, but there's still a way to go. And I'm very conscious of that in terms of our recruitment practices. We're just going out at the moment for new council members, and I'm working really hard through my networks to try and get that message through to community groups and to organisations that we don't normally touch.
I think that's great, Louisa, but I think, optics are, people will immediately go to the website and they look. And if you don't see it, then it doesn't really matter what an organisation says. They judge by their deeds rather than their words. So I'm reassured that you're on it, and we look forward to seeing change, hopefully sooner rather than later. And I'll stop there in the interest of time. But
yeah,
thank you, Louisa.
Thank you, and I'll take that feedback back about the website. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Louisa, for your contribution. It's just gone 2:30. We've slightly overrun. Louisa, I'm sure there are lots of things that you'll be thinking about now that maybe you'll reflect upon, and if you wish to come back to us, if you wish to send us anything in addition to what you've discussed today, we'd be happy to receive that or to continue the conversation down the road.
I would really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I would.
Hello, I think I'm connected now, thank you.
Yes, you are. You've got David down there. Is it David or Dave?
Dave is fine with me.
Dave, okay, brilliant. Welcome, I'm Kevin Hilton, chairing the session today. It's good to see you. Thanks for taking this time. I'm joined by commissioners from the Race Equality Commission, but before we get going, we'd like to just go through some preliminaries with Adele Robinson, who leads the Secretariat. So Adele, over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon, David. Just a few things about the context of the Commission before we begin. As you may know, the Commission is an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of race inequality and racism within Sheffield. The Commission was established to focus on 6 key themes: health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today is the second day of the business and employment hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a report produced for key stakeholders in Sheffield for them to take action. The Commission has invited you as a witness today to share your knowledge and experience in relation to the 5 key areas of the Commission. And these areas are what you think about racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, which you think may be of use to the Commission, knowledge of your own or other approaches to race-related equality duties or frameworks, any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector, any examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and what you think or what you believe would be the best way to tackle racism or racial inequality. By appearing as a witness here today, we're assuming that you're acting in good faith. And can I just make you aware, this is being recorded and will be available on the Commission's website afterwards, and any non-confidential evidence that you've put forward will also be on the Commission's website in the future. Can all those in attendance also please wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking, and can commissioners and invited guests also introduce yourself before speaking? Can I remind you, if you have any questions, to put them in the chat to me privately and I'll send them on to the chair. And now can I hand you back, David, to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Dave. Welcome again. I will be shortly inviting commissioners to speak with you. But before doing that, I wonder if you could just introduce yourself. Just let us know what capacity you're joining us in, and if you could say a few words about the kind of key highlights of your submission.
Yes, thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm the Chief Executive of the Mayoral Combined Authority and the Local Enterprise Partnership for South Yorkshire, and soon to be joined through the integration of the Passenger Transport Executive, who are merging into the Combined Authority. The Mayoral Combined Authority is led by a directly elected mayor and comprises the leaders of the 4 South Yorkshire local authorities. The Local Enterprise Partnership is led by the private sector and is made up of a board of business people from South Yorkshire, along with the mayor and the local authority leaders. The Mayoral Combined Authority is a relatively new organisation. The mayor was elected in 2017, and the devolution deal, which furnished the mayor with the powers and resources that went with the establishment of the Combined Authority, were agreed finally agreed last June and implemented in September. The basis of the role of the combined authority in the local enterprise partnership is an economic and transport one. So it's responsible through a strategic economic plan, which was agreed in January of this year, to do three things. Firstly, to enable economic growth in the South Yorkshire economy. Secondly, to achieve greater levels of inclusivity within the economy in South Yorkshire. And thirdly, to enable and support a sustainable future for the South Yorkshire economy. In the context of the discussions today, the area that most interests and concerns myself is that element, that second pillar, that of inclusivity that is established within the strategic economic plan. From my perspective, the timing of your work is really helpful to us, given that we've just set off developing our plans around inclusivity. The basis of our submission was really to make several points. Firstly, that there is a strong commitment within the combined authority and the local enterprise partnership to ensure that whilst economic growth is absolutely necessary to create new opportunity and to encourage prosperity and opportunity within South Yorkshire, that growth has to be implemented in a way that encourages and enables all members of society to access those opportunities and to gain from the economy. And in seeking to fulfill that commitment, we are in a process of understanding how to make that happen. The second point is that in the work we've been doing to look at this, we've been struck about how little effective, granular information, data and evidence is available to inform at a detail level the implementation of a strategy. So whilst we understand at a broader level the degrees to which people are excluded or included in opportunity within the economy, when we try to get under the surface of it, there is a significant lack of timely, relevant data to support the work that we're doing. The final point I wanted to draw from the submission that we made is that if we're to achieve our goals over the long term, to create an economy that works for everyone in South Yorkshire, then we recognise as a combined authority that we've got to address the underlying causes of disadvantage in our society. And in our terms, within our remit, they're principally issues to do with the accessibility in its broadest sense of work and opportunity through skills, through transport, through job creation, through employability, through enterprise that enables those in our society to access those opportunities on equal terms. So I think I'll stop there, but those were the primary issues that I wanted to highlight.
Thank you for that very comprehensive introduction. I'd like to ask my colleague Sonia to speak with you. So Sonia knows the drill, so she will introduce herself before asking her first question.
Thank you, Professor Hilton, and good afternoon, Dave, and welcome to the Commission. So my name is Sonia Gale. I was born in Sheffield, in the Pitsmoor area, as it was called back then, and I moved away in the early 1980s to work in banking and financial services, and also in consulting, Arthur Andersen and Ernst Young and others, and have recently returned. And I'm working as a trustee for 2 charities. And I'm also obviously supporting the commission with this really important work, because as someone who was born in Sheffield and was here during some fairly turbulent times, but also saw it when it was in its pomp and was the steel city. It was quite shocking for me to return in 2020 to see really what had become of Sheffield. And in some areas you can see progress, but in others it's as though the city is caught in some awful time warp. So I think all of these things, you know, coming together, and I'm really gratified to hear your comments around the focus and priority of the combined authority in terms of driving and getting an economy that works for everyone, because I think it's clear to all of us that it isn't working for everyone. And I thought it was interesting in your evidence submission, and you know, references made to the economic and inclusion challenges and how you can see this in the labor data, in the labor market data and the employment differences. I appreciate, you know, and presumably it's because of the lack of granular data that we only see it shown as a binary white and other. So we can't drill down into the other to identify, you know, whether it's Black British, mixed race, Asian, white Roma, Chinese, Indian, Arab, or, you know, which of these groups are experiencing the most exclusion, etc. And I think we all agree that the term BAME can hide a multitude of sins, but you know, has the MCA given some thought as to how it might tackle this data gap to help inform and better drive your strategy around inclusion?
Yes, absolutely. And we're in discussions currently, actually, with the 2 universities, with a view to establishing a partnership that will form a data observatory, so that we begin to generate the data that we want and need collectively to address these issues. And critically, that data is drawing not just historical data, not things that are just 2 or 5 years behind where we are, but is relevant data about what's happening on the ground right now. We're hugely dependent at the moment on nationally available data, ONS data and so on, which is why we're not getting the sort of local granular data that we absolutely need. So yes, we absolutely want to achieve an observatory that enables us to have.
And will there be consultation on what that data might look like? Because, you know, we don't want to fall into the trap that you see so often with good intentions, where you end up with a data set which sort of looks with one lens, but is actually missing a much bigger picture. So will there be consultation?
There will. I mean, obviously, our intention is to create an observatory that deals with our remit around economy and transport and so on. But within that parameter, we will definitely be consulting to establish what matters to be known, and then how we can use it to best effect, how we can interpret it and make the right policy decisions.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm sure that this would be an area that the Commission would take interest in. Dave, just moving away.
Sonia, if I may, can I just add something in here? I was smiling, Dave, because I'd already written down Race Research Observatory, but you've written observatory. But the thing is, with observatories, is they will observe whatever the constituent academics or practitioners will want to see. So when you said an observatory, I'm really hoping that race will be race and ethnicity will be significant within that, because you can still be colorblind within those conversations around inequality and disadvantage and deprivation and so on. So obviously I think it's a great idea, but the devil is in the detail, isn't it, in terms of the observatory and who constitutes members of the observatory as well.
Yeah, I absolutely 100% agree with you, and I apologise if I wasn't being clear. The point I was trying to make was at the level we've got information. If I take young people for just as an example, so we know from the pandemic and the evidence that we have, the data we have available, we know the effect that that's had on employment amongst young people. Say in the 18 to 24-year-old group, for example, we have absolutely no idea below that level how that breaks down in terms of gender, ethnicity, and so on. And it is absolutely critical, if we're to make the right interventions in the right way, that we understand that information broken down and that we're able to talk to those affected in the process of interpreting and deciding what are the interventions that would most impact. We're really struck by the degree to which our solutions to problems currently, sometimes they're a bit like a hammer hitting a nut. You know, because we don't understand things in enough detail, we're having to take very broad brush solutions that I'm sure in the round are helpful, but are they as effective and impactful as everybody would hope they are? Well, the answer is probably no. And so what I was trying to explain, that in developing the observatory, we absolutely have to address all those elements that make up it. So absolutely, race is a key part of this.
Thank you. Sonia?
Yes, thank you. I was just going to turn back to the Mayor's 2018 manifesto, because Dan Jarvis made a number of commitments, you know, one of which was to use the full powers of the Equalities Act to ensure the authority's workforce is representative of the region as a whole. And I know you've provided in your evidence, you've stated that 7% of the workforce is BAME. What is the total workforce? If you could just remind me.
The permanent workforce is about 70.
70, okay. Okay, so of that 70, 7% of BAME, and then of that 7%, 18% of that is in senior manager roles. So would it be fair to say that this is still work in progress for the MCA?
I'd probably say it's that would be a generous expression. I think we're very much making our first steps. The context of this, as I said at the beginning, is we're a relative new organisation. It was only just over 12 months ago that we took direct responsibility for our own employment. Before that, we were hosted by one of the local authorities, and they were the employer. And we transferred those staff across about 12, 18 months ago at the most. So, and of course, as I indicated, we're now taking employment responsibilities for the Passenger Transport Authority, and that will be completed by next April. So we're very much at the beginnings of learning and changing our practices. And we're doing this across a number of ways, both as employers directly, in terms of looking at our employment and recruitment practices and how we might change them to influence the attractiveness for us in terms of people who want to work for us. And also, incidentally, in terms of our local enterprise board, because we recruit to that board from the private sector. And we've taken a long, hard look at how attractive we were being to a range of applicants to that board, and we're changing our style. We changed it once, we're going to change it again. Learning at a very at a very granular level, what we could do differently that would be attractive and would bring a more diverse range of candidates to board membership as well as employment within the combined authority. So yes, but we are at the very beginning of our journey.
And I know, Dave, that there's obviously been that the initial focus of Dan Jarvis was on the gender balance, but I guess now are you saying now that in terms of your advisory panels and boards and task forces, is that also now going to pick up ethnicity as well?
It is, yes, it is. So we made some progress. We have made progress on the gender balance, significant progress. And that's given, I suppose that's given the team confidence that we can do things that do make a difference. And yes, we are pursuing that now, yes.
Lovely. And then just another question, again, this was in the manifesto. The mayor alluded to establishing an equalities panel that would advise the MCA on how to prevent structural inequality before it occurs. So are you able to share any more light on where we are with the panel?
Yes. Once elected and in place, and through the discussions that the mayor had with the members of the combined authority, he decided at that stage to go through a different process rather than establish a panel. So he wanted to, as he understood the organisation and its purpose more clearly, and could bring his policy dimensions to bear, what mattered to him, which had underpinned his thinking about the panel, was that the priorities that we were setting dealt at a structural level. It was embedded within what we were doing, that we were addressing the challenges around inequality. And in the context of developing a new strategic economic plan, that's where he wanted to put the energy to ensure that we got that as a mainstay of our policy priorities in taking the economy forward, and that's the route he took.
Right. Okay. Because I wasn't sure if he was waiting to see the output from the Sheffield Race Equality Commission, because obviously that will also create a sort of legacy working group or panel. So I wasn't sure if the mayor was sort of waiting for that and then set something up.
He's certainly waiting to understand the conclusions that you come to.
Yes.
The mayor's the sort of person that listens and evaluates from what's given to him. So, like for example, when he realised in his manifesto he'd been clear about the need to do something about bus services, but what he did was, having been elected, he stood back and he commissioned an independent bus commission to look at bus services. Well, in the context of the work that you're doing, he wants to learn from you about what will work architecturally to support the actions that we want to take on addressing inequalities.
Okay. If I know time is tight, if I could just ask one more question, Professor Hilton, and then I'll hand back to you if I may. It was just picking up on your point, Dave, about transport. We haven't really said a great deal about that. But in your evidence, you talk about the importance of the equality impact assessment process. But certainly, I think the evidence that the Commission has been hearing consistently is there's a great deal of reliance placed on EIAs. But when you look at the outcomes, there is a question mark as to whether it's become a sort of tick box process. And, we're seeing continually poor outcomes for many of our minoritized communities, and indeed those living in deprived areas across the South Yorkshire region. So I'd be interested to hear your thoughts about how the equality impact assessment process, how more rigor can be brought to that to make sure it's picking up the concerns that have been flagged throughout this process. And I think also in the press, we've heard obviously the ongoing debate around the expansion of Meadow Hall and what that might mean from a pollution perspective and the impact on, again, other diverse communities in Darnall and Tinsley. But we're also seeing, I think, the sort of major artery into Barnsley Road cutting through Burngreave and the traffic and pollution there. So it's a bit of a wide question, but are you able to share the ability of the EIA to, I guess, come up with the right outcomes for our communities?
Of course, you can reduce it to a tick box exercise and convince yourself you've addressed the issue. The question in my mind is always not to treat this as a static process that you do to justify a recommendation in a report to a board. The question in my mind is the evidence that it creates. How does that influence the actions we take? So if I use the example of transport because it's the example you've raised with me, what we learned through that in terms of our view about the renewal of bus services was the degree to which disadvantaged communities, the level of dependence on public services, on public transport services, is substantially higher than other communities. And yet the quality the reliability and timeliness of those services is poor. And we've been highly dependent on a commercial operations model supported by a very small amount of support from the public sector in terms of non-commercially viable services. So the consequence of that learning was that we're doing a piece of work at the moment to evaluate the whole network across South Yorkshire and to consult on the outcomes of that evaluation, particularly because this is not for us now, in the light of that impact assessment, just simply an issue of increasing the availability of services across the network. It's become a focus about how do we pinpoint the areas that are least well served and invest in those areas to ensure that we get to a minimum standard, which is higher than the standard currently, by the way, but a minimum standard that applies wherever you live in whichever community you're in. So it is making a direct impact on the direction we're going in, but it's not about filling in the forms. It's about taking the learning from what we've done and applying it to the next stages of the evolution of policy and action.
So that we're clear, so are you comfortable then that the equality impact assessment process is fit for purpose in its current form?
It's fit for purpose if the right challenges and the right mindsets are brought to bear on it in the process of doing it and renewing it. The process is a process. It's as good or as bad as the people who operate it. It's still down to the interventions that people make, the challenges that are made, the degree to which you're open to the opportunities that it creates. And I think that's a human dynamic about bringing the right people together as you take things forward to help us all to be open to those challenges, because sometimes the messages are really difficult to hear, like your message at the beginning about, without paraphrasing, how little has changed in some aspects of Sheffield's economy. It's absolutely true. But for many people who've invested years of working in it, that's a really hard message to take and embrace and do something about, as opposed to becoming despondent or throwing our arms up. And I think finding that balance is incredibly important to making it alive.
No, and I would agree with that, because it's clear that people are doing lots of work, but personally I would like to see equivalent focus on outcomes. Is that work, are they working in the right areas? Are they working towards the right outcomes? And if they're not, having the courage, the ability to stop and refocus their efforts, because I think that's what we want, the right outcomes. And at the moment, it does feel as though the city and the region are not quite working harmoniously, if I may say.
I would put it a different way and say that different parts of South Yorkshire have different needs and different priorities, and that's a legitimate place to be, because we're not one single economy with one single demographic. we've got different mixes and different issues. And I think the question and the challenge for us is, can we blend that in a way that serves enough of those interests where we have them in common and supports those individual interests in a way that helps us to move forward and has impact. I think your phrase was absolutely right, and has been the basis of the work that we've been doing to persuade everybody in South Yorkshire, not just the local authorities, but other institutions. What matters is outcomes. The investments are important, but it's what's delivered out of them that matters. And we have to both believe in that more than we do, and we have to be able to measure it better than we are able to at the moment, so we can see whether it's made a difference and what difference, not just in fact, not just in quantitative data, but in the perceptions, the feelings and experiences of the people it's intended to benefit.
Yes, and part of that is taking on board unforeseen consequences of well-intentioned decisions.
Absolutely.
And I think that was the driver behind my question around transport and also the drive for growth, but that will also inform your strategy in terms of where you deliver that growth and in what areas, and whether, if that does result in increased traffic, then what are the impacts on communities that are already struggling. And because I think historically that they appear to be bearing the brunt of a lot of this. So I'm reassured that the Mayor is taking all of these aspects on board. And I will stop there and hand back to Professor Hilton, if I may. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sonia. Dave, I've got a question from Shruti, who will introduce herself in a second. It's around economic development strategies. Shruti, over to you.
Thanks, Kevin. Hello, Dave. I'm Shruti Bhargav. I'm an independent consultant. I chair a BME Housing Association in Leeds, which also focuses on inclusive growth and does a lot in multicultural neighbourhoods, and a lot of work around economic regeneration. I've been a citizen of Sheffield for 30 years and I've done all sorts. So my question is about economic development and the history of economic development in Sheffield. So economic development strategies for the city to date really have largely ignored the economic cost of racial inequality, and Black, Asian, minority ethnic partners and communities have not been at the table of power structures like the LEP shaping those strategies. So how is that going to change now that there's a stronger focus on inclusive growth?
I didn't hear everything you said. I apologise. I think I've got the sense about how is it now going to shape economic policy.
Well, it's about the fact that our Black, Asian, minority ethnic parts and communities haven't been at the table of power structures. They've not been part of those decision-making structures. They've not been part of the people who are making the decisions for the city. And they've not been part of shaping those economic strategies, which have largely ignored the economic cost of racial inequality. So what I'd like to know is, how is that going to change? I mean, you said that you've got particular commitment to a more inclusive economy. Are you thinking about how you are going to involve and engage and actually indeed give power to our BAME community?
Well, the short answer is yes, but the answer, the real answer is a bit more complex than that, in the sense that our relationship with the local authorities and indeed other anchor institutions in Sheffield, for example, because that's concentration here, we're very dependent on how those other authorities work with communities of interest to establish an understanding of their needs and wishes, and to bring their influence to bear. So as a small and strategic organisation addressing responsibilities across South Yorkshire, we don't engage individually. We're not capable of engaging at a granular level with the individual voices and interests within parts of South Yorkshire. But what we are encouraging through the wider architecture is to engage in those things. So as we develop our economic strategy, that's but in its implementation, that's born out of the leadership that's provided in Sheffield by the City Council and by other anchor institutions, the universities, the health economy and so on, to bring to bear with us the key issues that need to be addressed and prioritised within Sheffield, and then enable and support us to commission the right interventions to support those, to support the economic change that affects and supports those communities. So they're not direct activities for us, but because we've caught them in our commitments, our expectation and requirement is that in bringing forward programs and projects as proposals to us, they have to be able to demonstrate that those programs and projects are addressing the needs that have been identified in the SEP, and in this context, inclusivity. So in this context, how do we close the gap? How do we increase opportunity? How do we raise skill levels or transport accessibility for those who are most disadvantaged? And in our evaluation of projects and programs, those are the sorts of questions, the framework of questions that we ask in order to demonstrate whether there's a good strategic fit with the priorities. But we are dependent on that relationship with our partners to access those views and influences from within communities.
So David, if I could just say, you talked a lot about engagement here, but my question was about your leadership structures. So where are the Black, Asian, minority, ethnic people in your leadership structures? Where are they in the LEP? Where are they in the mayoral combined authority? Where are they in the city region? Because they need a seat at the table to be able to influence things and really change things.
Well, there are members of the BAME community on the LEP. So there is representation on the LEP. And as I indicated earlier, we were working to, because there's now a turnover of LEP members, we are preparing to renew some of the LEP member seats that become vacant during this year. And as I indicated earlier, we're working on the package of recruitment that's intended to encourage further diversification of the LEP membership. So the LEP membership is really important to us in that context. So from that point of view, in terms of influencing economic policy, that would be the key for me.
So sorry, but I was talking about the leadership structure. So what about your board? I'm assuming that there's a LEP board.
Sorry, I'm talking about the LEP board itself.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Dave.
Thank you very much, Dave. That was very helpful. I think that we've come to a natural conclusion. And there was just one question that I wanted to ask, really, just to follow up something you were talking about, your evaluation processes that you use when working with your anchor partners. Did you say your anchor partners?
Yeah.
Yes, your anchor partners. That's right. So this evaluation process, is it publicly available? Is it the sort of thing that you could share with us?
Yeah, I don't see any reason why not. I'll definitely do that.
Okay, that would be very helpful, because of course there would be the criterion there that would incorporate your focus on inclusion and so on. Have you made that specific focus on ethnicity more more explicit, or is that something you're still working on?
No, I think that's to take it down to that level is we haven't reached that stage. So so that's something I would definitely like and encourage your commentary on. But we shared what we've done, and then it would be really good to get your response to that.
Yes, thank you for that offer. I'll ask Adele and her team to get in touch with you to see if we can get hold of that.
Professor Hilton, before we let Dave disappear, could I ask one more very brief question, if I may?
Sorry, Sonia, we have another session coming along, and you know, you commissioners have done so well that we really need to have a bit of a comfort break before the next one. So, but perhaps you could share that question with Adele, and she could perhaps send it to Dave.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. Dave, thank you very much for coming to speak with us today. I hope it wasn't too arduous and that you got something out of it as well as we did. Appreciate the submission, and we hope that you can stay in touch with the Commission and continue to support us.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to come. And of course, it wasn't arduous. It was challenging, and it should be. I'm really interested in the outcomes from the work that you're doing. Genuinely interested, and I know Dan is, the mayor is.
Yes.
And we want to learn from this, and I really appreciate the work that you're doing, and good luck with the rest of it.
Well, we all thank you. As we move on to our next hearing, have a great afternoon, Dave, and I look forward to speaking to you again soon. I appreciate you joining us today, Sandra. I know you're really busy. How's Richard?
He's okay, actually. Just on an email trail with him, so I'll be able to give you some insights from our recent leadership team meeting with lots of employers across the private sector.
Yes.
On what as well.
Okay, well, send him my regards, please, when you do. I appreciate that you know what you're doing all over the country is really influential, and for you to take the time to come and speak to the Commission is much appreciated. Before we get going, Sandra, I'd like to just hand over to Adele Robinson, who is leading the Secretariat, who will go through just some preliminaries before we get into our conversation. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sandra. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about the Commission, a little bit of context before we begin. So as you're aware, the Commission is an inquiry into the nature, causes, extent and impact of race inequality and racism within Sheffield. The Commission was established to focus on 6 key themes: health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today is the second day of the business and employment hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a report submitted for action to key stakeholders in Sheffield. You've been invited as a key witness today to share your insight into the key themes of the Race Equality Commission. And these are on the following 5 areas: your insight and knowledge of racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, which you think may be of use to the Commission; knowledge of your own or other approaches to race-related duties or frameworks; any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector; any examples of good practice that you have in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and what you believe would be the best way to tackle racism or racial inequality within the city. Witnesses are required to act in good faith, and by appearing here, we're assuming that you're doing so. Can I also note for everyone in attendance, we're recording this session and it will be available to the public on the website afterwards. If you've put any if you have any non-confidential evidence, that will also be on the Commission's website afterwards. Can people please note to wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking? And can I ask invited guests and commissioners to introduce yourself before speaking? And if commissioners have any questions, can you put them in the chat to me and I'll send them on to the chair. And now I'd like to, Sandra, hand you back to the chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thank you, Adele. And Sandra, just to confirm, when we talk about evidence in regards to you and business in the community, we have access to many of your reports and frameworks and so on. So that's what we're referring to, rather than something separate. And on that basis, because you've been invited as an expert in the field, I wonder if you could just say, you know, a bit about yourself, just introduce yourself, and say a bit about business in the community, and the work there, before I then invite some of the commissioners who you can see around you to speak directly with you. But welcome, Sandra. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Adele and Kevin, for that introduction, and thank you for inviting me with the opportunity to speak to you as a commission. So, as you heard, my name is Sandra Kerr. I am the Race Equality Director, Business in the Community, a role that I've been in for 18 years. Prior to that, I worked at the Cabinet Office, advising government ministers and senior policy makers on equality and diversity. Prior to that, I worked at the Department for Work and Pensions, kind of delivering frontline services and some policy work on work and pensions. So you couldn't even make it up. These are the two departments that I work very closely with now in this role. And Business in the Community is the oldest responsible business network, celebrating 40 years, really looking to work with employers to ensure that there are inclusive workplaces, that people can use their skilled talents to tackle the future challenges, also wanting work to be good for people, so mental health well-being. Also, obviously, looking at how we can make sure we innovate to, you know, restore the planet, and also really thinking about digital inclusion and some of the other challenges. So very much in the space of responsible business, and as part of that, a good responsible business actually recognizes that ethnicity is part of that, inclusion makes common sense, and obviously the range of diversity characteristics within the UK. So we work with private and public sector organisations, predominantly private across BIDC, but the RAISE campaign, private and public. We work with a number of local authorities as part of that, who really want to drive change in their organizations themselves, recognizing that actually that also can impact on how effectively they can serve their communities. And one of the big ways, obviously, we're using at the moment is the Race at Work Charter as a framework for action for leaders, so around leadership, data, so encouraging evidence-based action, zero tolerance on bullying, harassment. It's been focused predominantly on the workplace, but also customers and clients and service users needs attention as well. Managers being part of that process inside the organization, and then also progressing talent, because still gross underrepresentation on the top tables across all of the industries, as well as public and private sector. So that's kind of a quick summary.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. I'm going to invite Daljit Kaur to just to speak with you. Daljit, could you introduce yourself before asking your first question?
Thank you, Kevin.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, Sandra, and welcome this afternoon. Sandra, just to give you a bit of a snapshot to me, and then I'll zoom straight into the questions. So I've worked within Sheffield local authority for 20 plus years, led on employment training, positive action, but also from a community activist perspective, looked at things like business in the community and creating a Black business network many, many years ago. After that, I then went on to do the Council Review of 2001, quite actively involved as a result of that with piloting good practice from a community cohesion perspective in business, and then worked with government, cabinet leads around equalities, etc., but very much linked to the LGA and IDA of the time. So got a holistic approach, and I'm sure our paths would have crossed at some point along the journey. It's great to have you, and I'm going to ask you some key questions. And I like the fact that throughout, in everything that you're doing from a race charter perspective, you talk about data, language, terminology, the business map, but most importantly, how you hold the infrastructures accountable in terms of how are we representing the demographics we serve, making sure our businesses are reflective, and this fair and transparent approach to leadership and change. And I'm currently working with the CMI nationally around language and on around race and perspective. So that's just me a little bit, and obviously I'm part of the commission and happy to help bring about change. So in order to help us as commissioners, can you maybe help us explore and examine what we need to do and what we can learn from the race charter work around addressing things like causes for racism, challenges, how do you hold your strategic boards more accountable? So if you could just give us your journey of how you're hoping to or are implementing the charter within the city, that'd be great.
So so you'll hear, as I say, I talked about, first of all, is I think the first action is to ensure that there is accountability around the top table. So there is actually a genuine appetite. So I would always recommend, whatever the measures that you're going to do, that there are kind of KPIs and they're transparent, some data kind of tables so that we can track progress. I think what we look at predominantly, what I hear from all of our employers, what is front of mind is attracting people into work, the whole kind of chain of attraction, recruitment, progression, retention, and promotion. So those kind of areas of pipeline issues. So I think it's important to have a focus, because the causes of why are the disparities there are not easy to find unless you are monitoring each stage of your kind of selection processes to see, is it that you have a problem that people aren't even attracted to working in roles that exist, or are they attractive but they don't get past, maybe they get through the SIFT, but they don't get through the interview, or they drop out at the assessment. So what we encourage employers to do, which we encourage you to do the same, is ensure that that is normal, to track what happens at each stage of your kind of selection promotions processes, so that you can identify where the specific challenge is, rather than saying this whole thing is not working. There isn't a silver bullet for just do this, but there are certain things that we know work and help. One is, as I say, identifying each stage. The second one is actually ensuring that, again, one of the things you might be able to introduce, if it's not the case that it becomes normal, to make sure you've got diversity on the actual selection panels themselves, so that people coming in can see role models. And also what we have found through working with private and public sector organizations, any organization who's implemented this rigorously, it results in greater diversity as far as in the selection process. The third thing I would say is actually ensuring that you're quite rigorous with the criteria, that the decision-making is slowed down, to ensure that when people are selected, you go back to the criteria rather than allow the wash up, which is, let's forget everything we've said and just give it to something that we like. Because the Royal Society have done research that shows more diverse teams make better decisions, and that's because it's slowed down and it's more rigorous. So you go back to the criteria and don't allow criteria to enter that doesn't exist when people are trying to kind of shoehorn in the person that they want. So I think really kind of spelling out, this is the approach that we'll take. And then I think there's another piece around really making sure there's clarity around what the demographics of your city look like, travel to work locations, so you can set benchmarks and say, actually, this is what it should look like. This is, and do it by census category or broader than that if you can, but this is what the talent pool should look like. So really put in some hard measures. Now these, and I think there may be, so you talk about cause and what it does by checking its stage. So for example, suppose you do attract them, but they all fall at the SIFT, then that means there may be some pre-application work that you need to do. It may be a case if people do not have role models who work in the sector, they won't have people to have a coffee with them to explain it to them. They won't understand what you're looking for. Doesn't mean they wouldn't be a good fit if they were given a chance. So what you need to do is go back a bit further and do some orientation. Let them know what is a day in the life of somebody who works in Sheffield. You know, what does it look like? Because people who come from lower socioeconomic backgrounds and are ethnic minority, you've got that both intersection of that double whammy to deal with. So, I mean, that's particularly about getting talented, and that principles will work for progression as well. And I would say, not only that, if you really want to kind of drive some change, it's about thinking about what helps people to actually stay in. Otherwise, you'll get them in and they'll run out thinking this place is horrible, they don't care about me. So it's thinking about retention as well. And that's about making sure you've got, you know, kind of scheduled times where new talent gets a chance to check in, gets to give feedback, say how it's, you know, working, maybe attach them to a buddy, somebody who could just, you know, acronyms, if you use a lot of those, you need somebody to explain it to you. Otherwise, people can feel a bit left out because they don't know what you're talking about. It's all of these softer bits that also need attention. So hard measures, but soft ones too, that help people to kind of stay in and feel like I belong. And then the other bit I think is really important is the lack of transparency. Don't know how people get promoted. I don't know. There was a vacancy and someone else is in it. I didn't even know there was one. Or what's the route map? You know, what skills do I need to get to the next level? The more transparent. So maybe advocating transparency on progression maps, on routes, and because that gives people individual agency as well. If they think, right, I know then if I could just get these skills, whatever, that's a potential I could go for that promotion and, you know, get that increase in salary. So a lot there, but if you notice all around there, into work, staying in work, progressing in work, because I say that from our Ways at Work survey, 70% of all ethnic minority groups in the UK, every time we ask about progression, say it's really important to them. So I think if you can tackle that, you'll tackle a lot. People will feel it's worth working in here. I can see there's a chance for my future. So I think, you know, all roads, I think, well, most roads lead to that opportunity for people to progress. And why wouldn't you if you're on the lowest levels or you feel stuck in the middle?
Can I just come in on that? Because you're right, Sandra, but I'm just thinking about people in Sheffield and wider. They do want progression, you're right. They want transparency, they want fairness to get there. But the more and more we talk to people in the city at a community level, if you just talk to them at a local authority or a public sector perspective, they get to a certain point and that's it. So it's not that they're not trying. They're doing everything that you're saying to do. And I agree with the mentoring, because once you're in, who's going to support you to survive in a culture you're not familiar with? So who should invest it? And how do we tackle those uncomfortable conversations to get people through?
Yeah. So, I mean, the big thing that we are, one of our big insights from our Ways at Work survey is we are, so with George Floyd killing, a lot of kind of demand to say from what's going on with Black employees. And we ran the Black Voices report in October, last August. And one of the interesting findings was when we asked about, would you like a sponsor? 31% said yes. So this is that advocacy. And actually, we did have it as a recommendation when we first ran this. There are rooms where people aren't in. The reason why we need inclusive leaders who recognize talent is open, is available, know where it's located in the organization, so that when the opportunities come for stretch assignments, people get a chance to be part of that. So there is that organizational piece to transparency, who gets the chance to do the temporary promotions. You know, so it's back to that, rather than just people giving out roles to people that they want, really kind of having a bit more of a process to how that is being done. And also, there's another piece around how roles are given. So I find with Black employees, and you have to have a long track record of success, because you keep saying you need more experience, whereas others will get a chance, everyone will give them a chance, based on potential. So I think there's an opportunity to ensure that is happening for, I don't know, via assessment based, to make sure it's just a fair chance. I think also, so we're really going to start, more and more employers, we're encouraging more based on that insight to start looking at sponsorship, which brings, it gives the leaders of the organization part responsibility as well, because it's not saying you need more ambition, you need more training, because sometimes people are like, I'm exhausted, I don't know what else I need to do. What I need is somebody to open the door and let me in, or to talk about me when I'm not there, to make sure my name goes into that pot. So where we are, more and more employers are doing it. So we are actually, we've got a call scheduled for the next week to actually look at that. And we're thinking about, is there a program we could pull together to really advocate to get leaders to be inclusive, to build it into, and I think one of the ways is to build it into leaders' performance objectives, to bring on talent. Make it a point of, you're not a good leader, you're not a good manager if you don't bring on talent, if you don't create opportunities, if you don't, nobody progresses who's diverse in your team. That one hasn't been taken on wholesale by UK PLC, but I really wish they would, because I think it would potentially be a game changer, actually. Because what we find is, as soon as it becomes part of people's performance, pay is going to get affected. Concentrates minds, people start to think, let's have a focus group, let's have an advisory group, let's, track the data, let's make this happen. Because nobody wants to have that appraisal meeting that says, oh, well, you didn't move anything along. So, and then about the conversation piece, I say the leader has to lead the way. And our evidence says people are not comfortable talking about race, and that's across ethnicity lines. So that has to be acknowledged and then said, well, we're not comfortable, but we cannot afford not to. So let's look at the data now. Yes, so it's that element of, let's sit with the uncomfortableness, because we cannot afford to pretend I don't see color or not discuss it because it's difficult. And we've got a little booklet on it I wrote, we've got training packages, but basically.
Well, you've got.
Sorry, I muted myself. People just need to start talking about it, because we need the data to show the disparities. And we really are big advocates of one size doesn't fit all. So people definitely need to, and it's only as you start talking to employees that you get to a better understanding of what some of the challenges may be that exist because of, certain groups, because of their lived experience.
And the key there is lived experience. And as you said, holding leaders accountable, but having those prickly conversations, as I'm referring to them at the moment. And let's be honest, and let's have a starting point. But that moves me nicely into something else I want to explore with you, Sandra, is there's 5 calls to action within your race charter, which are great, and they're quite diverse. So it's good from a business point of view. Bearing that in mind and the sign up to the charter, how are you going to hold the strategic partnership boards, for example, and others to account to make sure, and major employers to make sure that if you've signed up to this charter, these are our expectations? So can you share an example of anything you've done around that, or is that still very much work in progress?
I mean, there's an element of, we're UK PLCs, so there's that element of people might say, but do more, tell people to do more. I tried that, so I thought, okay, let me start where you are and let's get the gate open. And so what we have done with the charter, we do an annual survey. It's a voluntary basis to capture data. We do lots of webinars, and these are well attended. So people are, our last webinar, there's almost 800 people registered, and there's only 700 something charter signatories. So people are coming and actively wanting to engage. What we are doing, and we've talked about at our recent leadership meetings, is about, how do we now crank up and strengthen that charter? And what I found with employers, they like to hear from others. That's how you can inspire them the most, to hear from another employer what I've done and telling them the story. So we have got, and it's slow progress, but we've got more than 100 employers now who've actually published their ethnicity pay gap voluntarily. That didn't exist before. So it's a slow, kind of steady, a slow race. And then we also have a cross-organizational mentoring circle program, which it grows every year. So more and more employers, more and more employees participating. So that's linked to the progression. And then we are now looking at more and more wanting and more want to get help with capturing the ethnicity data. So how do they, because some, even that fundamental, are not satisfied with the quality of data that they have. And we know for tracking progress, that's really essential. So what we do is do kind of webinars where employers come and share and what they're doing just to help people fast forward quickly. And then also at BITC, we also have advisory services. So for those who are like, I need more help, I need support, somebody can help them look at their strategy, potentially introduce them to another organization who's doing the same thing, maybe a bit further than them, or potentially deliver some training or some insight for them. So we also have that as kind of services. And I'll tell you one of the things that, so our Race at Work survey just closed yesterday. And one of the things that we are looking at doing is probably, we may be expanding the charter. I talked about bullying harassment. I don't know what the data is going to look like. We're waiting on the evidence, but to include customers and clients and service users, it's never been good. And I don't recall any interventions happening to support that. But we're looking at supply chain, because small businesses, you talked about the Black Business Network, there's a real need to engage, invest, include them in supply chain activity. And we want to see if we can influence those charter signatories to do that. And then the other one that we want to explore is allyship. So we have added new questions this year for the first time to the survey. There is a lot of energy from people who aren't ethnic minority, who are out on the streets kind of saying this is enough. When the killing of George Floyd, there's a lot of that energy in the workplace as well. And I think collectively there's an opportunity to harness that. People who are like, I don't like this either. I want to help, I want to support change and be an advocate for change. So I think to get real change, we need all parties acting. So that's something that we will wait on the evidence, but that's a likely direction of travel.
That's really positive, because it's widening, it's everyone's responsibility to move things forward. And it's not just about talk anymore. No. It's practical. We've talked about it for many, many years now. And I think the next generations and the Black Lives Matter movement saying, no, enough's enough. So I think that's really important. Can you, in terms of Sheffield, can you share any good practice or some case study examples of where some of the actions, the 5 actions have actually worked and you've been able to connect and engage the communities?
I can't specifically with Sheffield, but I have engaged with a number of local authorities. So we do have a number who have, and it has been recent. So since as I say, the charter, I've engaged with Westminster, with the Chelsea, Hill and Hammersmith and Fulham. You know, I've spoken at a number of events, and I know, and we've been doing kind of support with them. And what they've been doing is kind of really looking at collaborating, bringing in all the partners from the stakeholders. So working with police, working with, you know, all the kind of authorities together. There's another one that I've come across, a really key one, Basildon Side by Side, where they've got a coalition of everybody in the room from all the different kind of parts of the local authority, part of the city, to say, let us put our heads together and almost, I suppose, create a script and a message and have one voice so that there's a real consistency. And if we can, so some of the things I've explained here about the recruitment principles, why don't you get everybody to do them? You know, so sometimes people like to throw out these ideas and say, oh, they don't work. But I'm like, if everybody would do them, maybe we'd get some change. You know, if everybody would say, right, okay, we all stand by these principles, we're all going to do it together. Collective action, I think, is how you're going to really start seeing a shift. And so that no matter where anybody goes, they get the same drumbeat, the same messaging. And then I think it will help to inspire some who feel like, oh, they're not serious, that you are serious. Because actually, it's a kind of collective action. And I think Manchester, I know they had a coalition where I heard all of their kind of employees were like, we're signing up to certain things. So I think if you could mobilize, you know, the whole, everybody to say, right, these are the principles and we're all going to stand by them, we're all going to do together, we're going to hold each other accountable, we're going to check in collectively as a group. I think that's where you get some change in the real sense of people feeling, yes.
Sorry, Darcy, can I just ask Sandra, are you able to give us pointers in the right direction to have a look at that Manchester work, the coalition?
Yeah, I know, so like I said, I definitely can, I'll make a note. With Manchester, there's a coalition there. There's another one, as I say, with Basildon, they seem to have everybody in the room too. So there's two that I definitely, you know, came across and that I thought, you know what, this approach of everybody sign up, everybody together, so I can definitely do that.
And who are the everybody? Is it within the local authority, or is
it was everything? I mean, it was the kind of almost, they had local authority, policing, health, education, anybody, you know.
The key stakeholders,
who represent kind of public life, I suppose, or who the local authority had an influence over.
Thank you. And just another question. We were talking to somebody from the Chamber of Commerce today, which is great, and they were saying that how they've signed up to the charter. Brilliant. So now I'd like to know what your expectations would be, or what kind of a relationship is that going to be, because that's good.
Yes. So can I say, I mean, you know, it's that the charter is voluntary, so people do sign up voluntary, and I have to say they're all in, they're coming to the webinar, they come to the webinars, they fill out the surveys, they come, you know, asking questions. So it is a framework for action. We pull together some guidance to help them use the framework, and one of the things I'm taking away is an action. So for example, I spoke to an organization recently who appointed a program manager to drive that change inside their organization. We know people have set up, they've got a charter, and then what they do, they set up an advisory group to say, right, we're signing up, and then what are we going to do? How are we going to drive action on leadership, on data, you know, so really making sure through some of these actions that it's not just seen as some tick box. We've done that, hello, got a bit of PR and it's over. But actually there are people who, stakeholders inside who care about this, who we're going to be accountable to, and who we are going to drive forward action. And I think the best thing an employer can do, or any organization, is once you get some successes, is finding a way to tell the story. I know there's always that tension, oh, it's just a PR job, but if nobody knows anything of successful, people just think, this is not working. So it is something about building in the storytelling as you go. So you get someone saying, yeah, it's really great, I'm so glad, you know, so it's about how can we tell stories as we go, so people realize, doesn't matter if it's small, it's moving, you know, it just gives someone else a bit of hope to, you know, particularly because I'm always mindful of the skeptical who, because of a rubbish experience actually, and like, yeah, whatever, another initiative. And for example, and I'll say one of the examples is, again, our insight, what we try to do is use that to help employers understand what's sometimes going on. And why some of these interventions are important. And as I say, I'm using the Black Voices because we recently ran that one, because there was such evidence of, hold on, are we masking inclusion here of Black people, the non-inclusion? And that's where the term BAME and all of that stuff came in, you know. One of the areas is we asked, do you think, there's two things. So there's another one, attribution, credit for ideas. So making sure whatever you build in, people get credit for their ideas, their contributions, because we found Black employers were less likely to feel that they get credit for their ideas. It was like 49% compared to 57%, which is everybody else. Something there about that. And then the second one was when we asked about what do you think is a potential career blocker. 33% of Black people said their ethnicity compared to 1% of white people.
Wow.
The huge disparity. What makes you feel that ethnicity is going to get in your way? It's because it's either got in the way, or you can't put your finger on it, or somebody who it has. 33% compared to 1%. So that again sets it up why sometimes the conversations will be a bit challenging, and it helps you to recognize, okay, so this is what this is. And then the other thing that I would really say, you'll have people in Sheffield who are like, why are we doing this? I don't want to do this. This is another gimmick or whatever. I think where you can, if you're going to set targets to change representation, where you can show the demographic data, use the demographic data and convert the percentages into numbers so people can see that these are real people, to say, actually, if this layer of leadership was right compared to the representation, we'd have 100 people and we only have 20. Do you know what I mean? Just to put it in perspective and humanize it. So it's not a bunch of numbers, don't get it, they're just trying to take over. Because these are some of the things that people be thinking. The transparency of targets plus the numbers to humanize it and to say this is what it looked like if it was fair representation, helps to just kind of demystify and make people think, all right, fair enough, yeah. And also, you want to do it because you want to deliver the best services for everybody. You want to serve the city and the area well.
That's great. Sandra, thank you very much. I'm going to hand you back to the chair because I'm sure there'll be questions who'd like to have a word, but it was really good stuff there, Sandra. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the questions, Dalji. You talked about, Sandra, you talked about accountability and leadership earlier on, and allyship also. And I'm also conscious of always resisting the poorly laid out race champion idea in organizations I've been involved with in across different sectors. But you have a race champions framework. What with a job description and so on. So what conditions need to be in place for them to work?
I think, first of all, they need to be senior. So they need to be at the top table. I say they need like an advisory group. So they need to either be connected to employee network or some kind of advisory group. They would need a commitment to have access to data so that they're able to see disparities. So, I suppose a strong relationship with HR functions, whoever got the data, and empathy. So they don't have to be Black or Asian or ethnic minority themselves, but they do need to listen and recognize that actually, based on the evidence, based on the stories that I'm hearing, based on the data in front of me, action needs to be taken. So as far as like the essential bits, that if you want to kind of have an effective leader who's effective, and that empathy enough to drive action so that they will be the voice in the room, advocate for the change, and influence their peers to make sure things do change.
Yes.
Also, I've learned you need that. If you don't have interest at the top table, soon as crisis hits, everything out there, they're throwing out, that's the first thing, right? Nobody can be bothered. But if you've got leadership at the top table, it stays in place, and they're like, we cannot afford not to. And just to say, one of the things we're trying to encourage private sector organizations to do, which obviously you should be doing as well, is the impact assessment on decisions. Don't just make them and then, oh dear, we've got rid of all our Black people, oh dear, we've got rid of all of our women. Really say you must check impact must do that impact statement, assessment on decisions before.
Yes. About that, we have heard variations in approach. Most of the people who've sat in front of us know the theory, but the reality for some is that they do it at the wrong end. They do it at the back end after they've decided what they're going to do, and then there's some sort of post hoc rationalization with the equality impact assessment. So how do you build in to the culture of an organization the need for equality impact assessments to be front loaded and be part of those initial conversations and decisions made as to whether something happens or otherwise.
It's interesting. I was talking to somebody from the Department of Education this morning about this, and one of the things they were saying is around when you're making it hard not to do it, and that you have to explain when, make it harder to not include your impact assessment, and also ensure that you're thinking about how you're going to mitigate some of the challenges, so that if there are disparities identified, building in, you must explain what are you going to do. So if things are identified, and that has to be part of the narrative to say, as we're building in the design, as we go throughout all the stages, we are going to look at, if we do find there's a disproportionate impact and we are proceeding with this decision, what are we going to do to mitigate that disparity? We're not just going to leave it and pretend it's not there, because what's the point of filling out these documents and then they're in the drawer?
Yes.
And I think, again, it's again somebody at the top caring about this, and if necessary, almost building some expertise, people who are really good at spotting what good looks like, spotting what's missing. It's the type of job that people think that'd be really boring, but there are going to be people who would really like to do that, in the organization, somewhere in the structure. So I think that should be brought in to it as well. And this is where, if you can get the diversity in the design, you get diverse people around the table at the outset. When you're making, when you're even making a decision, you could potentially identify some of the disparities really early on. But if not, almost you must consult at this point, junctures where you need to pause. And I think the enemy of the impact assessment is you need to make a fast decision. And it's almost like that's where you need to say, what do we put when we're all saying, no, we have to move fast, because that's when the horrible stuff happens.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about leadership, and I'm thinking about thinking intersectionally as well. The idea of the race champion is something that can be applied to other protected characteristics, right? So at a senior level, you could have, a gender race champion, a disability race champion, who would have a similar sort of framework, but at the top table, there would be that intersectional interaction, if you like, so things shouldn't be siloed.
No, and I'd also say,
yes.
And the other thing I'd say, Kevin, is ensure that the data is captured in a way to enable that to really work.
Yes.
Because sometimes it's like you can't find anything on ethnic minority women, for example, it's just
yes.
Captured, so that would be part of that.
Yes, and
capture supports that.
And talking about capture, I think time is escaping right now. So we've hit 4 o'clock already, and this session has flown, and we really appreciate, Sandra, your time with us. I know that there were questions that commissioners wanted to ask that we couldn't ask. Would you be open to us sending you a few questions through?
Absolutely.
At a later date. Thank you very much, Sandra. We really appreciate it, and we appreciate the work that business in the community is doing, and we'll be watching with interest as your work develops into the supply chain and beyond.
Thank you very much.
So on that note, Sandra, thank you very much. Please keep in touch with the commission, and we'll perhaps see you another time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Hello, Vina. Hello. I can't quite see you yet, but I can hear you very well.
Yeah.
Do you think you'll manage to get video, or shall we just proceed?
We can proceed. It says join as panelists. If I press that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, you're using the device. Can you hear?
We can hear you. Yes, Fina.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think we might have to do it without. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a person I can press that and see. Oh no, it's you.
Okay. No, don't worry, Vina. We'll press on.
Yeah.
In fact, whilst you're trying the various buttons and icons, we'll just do a bit of housekeeping. So Adele's going to say a few words about the commission. So you can continue trying to sort the video out whilst that's happening.
I just hope I don't lose you. Yeah.
Yes. Don't leave the meeting.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, Vina. I'm going to take you through a little bit of the context for a couple of minutes through the context of the commission, if that's okay.
Yeah, okay, it's fine.
So as you know, the commission is an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of race inequality and racism in Sheffield.
Yeah.
It was set up to look at 6 key themes: health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today is the second day of the business and employment hearing.
Okay.
At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a report with actions submitted to the key stakeholders in Sheffield.
Yeah.
You've been invited here as a key witness to share your insights into the key areas of the Race Equality Commission, and these cover 5 areas. And those are racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, which you think might be of use to the Commission. Knowledge of your own or other approaches to race-related duties or frameworks. Any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector. Any good practice relating to reducing racial inequality or racism, and what you believe would be the best way to tackle racism and racial inequality within the city. By being witnesses are required to act in good faith, and by being here, we're assuming that you are doing so.
Yeah.
And then just to let you know that this hearing is being recorded and it will be available on the Commission's website afterwards. And any evidence that you've submitted that is non-confidential will also be made available on the Commission's website afterwards.
Yeah.
Can you also, can everyone in attendance wait for an invitation for speaking? And can witnesses and commissioners introduce themselves before speaking? And can commissioners put any questions in the chat to me privately, and I'll send those to the chair. And now, Vina, I'm finished, and I want to hand you back to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello, Vina, and welcome again. Even though we can't see you.
Yes.
Yeah, Vina, I think maybe don't worry about it. We can hear you. We can hear you well.
Okay. Fine.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll be face to face in Sheffield someday in the future, in the near future.
Right, okay.
So Vina, I am the independent chair, as Adele has just said, and I'm joined by commissioners who you should be able to see. I thank you very much for your submission. We read it with some interest. I wonder if you could just state your name and organisation and the capacity in which you're attending today, and then maybe just give us some of the highlights from your submission before we then ask you a few questions.
Yeah, I don't know if just giving you a bit of my background and where I'm coming from might help. But as I said, I'm Vina Winter Truscott. The organization that I'm representing is SIAC, South Yorkshire African Caribbean Center, Education Center. I am one of the directors and current secretary, company secretary, I joined them in about 12 years ago. But before that, my experience has been working with Sheffield City Council in the education department in youth and community work as one of their assistant directors. I worked with Sheffield Futures. So I do have, some background with community and youth work. I've also worked as an external examiner for Manchester University, and externally, and one of their, can't remember now, but I worked there, Manchester University and Leicester. So I do have a background of working with the community, working with young people. And I also have qualification in management, and that's why they've sort of got me onto, in terms of getting me onto SIAC,
Yes.
Was there anything else that you want me to?
I just wonder if you could just give us the highlights from your submission. We don't need the detail because we already have sight of the submission. So just the highlights to share with those who might be watching from outside.
Right. Okay. The highlights is that I've been working with SIAC, and the amount of inequality that been experienced is beyond belief. It's you have people sometimes saying encouraging words, and then at the end of the day nothing is resulting. Some of these instances where funding is concerned, working along different people within the city council, different officers within the city council, and they are saying, yes, we'll go along a particular way, and at the end of the day they're telling you it's your imagination and you're fantasizing. One example was our past manager at SIAC worked for a long time, number of months, with one officer called Kevin Bennett. I'm sorry if I, name. And in the end, when we thought application had gone for SIAC to be a part of this European funding, and for quite a bit of money coming into the organization, we were told that, it was never submitted. The board members weren't happy about that approach. The chair of the committee, and we were made promises. There again, lots of different meetings, but in the end, we were not unsuccessful. It was like a massive report was done, which was a sort of like a business report and looking at the viability of SIAC. I think it was 100 and plus pages, was done by people who Sheffield City Council had brought in, Yes. We've still got the report because they didn't, I think, bury us, out and out, We were asked to have a look at the building and whether or not it was safe and the viability of it. Again, from the planning department, a big report, which we've got copies of, was made about updating the building, like for, like gas boilers and painting and making windows safe and so on. We were told by one of the directors was told that, oh, not all the European funds have been spent, so we could have a share, we could have a share of that, When I can remember I was saying Mr. Kennedy, asked about it in a meeting with Kevin Bennett. It said no such promise was made, and we didn't see a penny of anything that's coming into the city. When we thought, okay, instead of them closing it down, closing down the building, we will go about doing the repairs, paintings, and so on, ourselves. If we made any money, and this is one of these, I'm sorry, Professor, this is one of these phrases that been used quite a lot by Sheffield City Council, officers and so on, and as a Black person, it gets to me, It's a case of, this is ratepayers' money. What happened to all those ratepayers in Sheffield that are Black and contributing? It's almost like you're coming with a begging bowl, and this is our money and you're not entitled to it. So we went into a situation of doing our own in terms of volunteers, in terms of young people, the university, a lot of volunteers, has come and helped SIAC through, to a stage where we had no funding to now where we have, we've made improvement and probably can survive for about 3 months, that's right,
Okay, so is that just 3 months at a time, or just 3 months from now?
No. This is just my thinking on it, that the organization, should have enough funds, to at least survive 3 months. But the thing is that we're working hard. We've got income coming in from the people who rent out our units. Could
you say a bit about what what SIAC does?
Okay, we provide accommodation for people who wants to start up business at a really cheap rent. We have 27 units, Of that, there is 14 offices. The retail units, like if somebody wants to have a shop, down there, the retail units are set up. And then there's workshops. I think in the initial stage, when in the conception of SIAC, the idea was helping, especially Black young people, who wants to set up business, helping them in terms of providing an office, accommodation somewhere where they could meet. And from there, if they've developed their business, they could have a workshop, sort of probably working on computer or, candle making or whatever. And it's like, if you see the whole concept through, is that in the retail unit, they could sell their product. It didn't always sort of work like that, like step 1, 2, and 3. SIAC also provided training, over the years on setting up businesses, how to enter, into business. And if we weren't able to provide that training, we would point young people in that direction. We also have a nursery that if women, with children, have their, wanted creche and so on, that will provide it. So that's basically, SIAC.
Well, thank you. I think that's a good point to stop, and for me to hand over to Dr. Sharon Curtis to ask her first question, because I believe Sharon has a previous link with SIAC. Is that right? Am I wrong?
Yeah. Do you remember
but Sharon, could
Venus?
you?
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Very well. Oh, so
Hello,
nice to
it's
see
me.
you.
Yeah,
I
nice
know.
to meet you. But it was more youth service, and obviously I've still carried on doing childcare
Oh,
since.
yeah, right.
Yeah, since
Yeah.
getting
Are
back.
you still in Burncreeve?
I am.
Oh, good.
I am. I'm still there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
thank you. So you know a little bit about me, and obviously, I mean,
Yes.
SIAC, I was asked to devise the nursery there. I was
Yeah.
not very pleased because it was given the smallest space within the whole of
Yes.
there, but that's a whole different argument in terms of
Yes.
early years. But anyway, I'm really interested and saddened in some ways, I guess, about I know Malcolm's shaking his head because he's also was involved.
Yeah.
I'm really saddened to kind of know if you could say a little bit more, that when we read your documentation, really about the differentials in terms of this as a community asset and the issues in terms of the land. If you could
Yes.
a bit on there, so we're a bit clearer, because I'm not
Yeah.
sure. So thank you.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry here. Malcolm is on there, so he might be able to help me. But because when I came in, it was in 2005 when SIAC was given back to the community. Yeah. My understanding of it is that before SIAC had, some problems, and the Sheffield City Council took it over. Yeah. There was a lease, I think of about 100 years lease. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Which I've never been able to get my hands on. Yeah. And when it went back into the community, I don't think the council officers and members had faith that SIAC could survive. Yeah. So they only gave it a 20-year lease. Yeah. I think it's 20. Yeah. And because of that, yeah, it was like, sort of tying your hands behind your back, in the fight. Is that lease, yeah, we could not borrow any money off it, in order to update the boiler and so on. Every winter you'd worry and say, please don't let this be the year that it breaks down. Yeah. My understanding, because when the council was pushing, it was like, it's our building. Yeah. And when I went back to the solicitors, they said, no, the building is SIAC, built by Home Office money. Yeah. And that the city council could not take it over. Yeah. But the land that it was built on, yeah, was Sheffield City Council's contribution of their share. Yeah. So the building itself belongs to the community.
Right.
But the land that it stands on, yeah, belongs to Sheffield City Council. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And it is this they've been playing over a number of years. Yeah.
Yeah.
To not extend the lease. Yeah. So we've only got 4 years lease left.
Right. And in terms of your relationship with City Council and negotiations in terms of that, I mean, I do wonder, and I don't know if I'm right on this, but there was the Locality Act 2011 that said, in terms of if communities could make an argument for why they should be given almost a community asset, but I think there is actually one with land as well.
Yeah.
Have you maybe explored that a little bit, or where have you got with?
Yes. We have explored it. Yeah. and there was a possibility, but the urgency with getting the lease, we at one stage, said, let's focus, on the extension of the lease.
Yeah.
Because when I mentioned it to some, I think the head of planning, oh gosh, Whitaker, I can't remember her first name.
I know that.
She said that will never happen, and it was really disheartening because I'd, brought the manager from site to meet with her and a council member. So looking at the assets transfer, I think would have taken up so much energy, because they make us spend so much energy on the extension of the lease, which would be simple. But as I put in my in my thing, is that if you do want to see the chronology of what has happened, you can. I mean, we were made to do business report. External people come in to do business report. People come to look at the state of the building. You name it. And they said we needed to see what your cash flow situation would be over the next 5 years.
Okay.
We did one of that. Send it to elected members on a number of occasions, never once had a reply. Paul Broomfield, elected member, has been very supportive and tried to move things on. But
Vina.
Sorry.
Vina, no, don't be sorry. I just wanted to see if Councillor Maroof could shed a bit of light on
this.
Yes. Thank you, Chair, and I'm glad I was able to join it this afternoon, because that was one of the areas that I was going to talk about. Because my day job is I'm a chartered surveyor, and I deal with these things on a daily basis. So that's I have a total understanding of what Vina's just been talking about. And my previous life, I left the council about 12 years ago, probably now. I used to be the head of property at Sheffield City Council. So I understand these buildings, and I've worked with PMC and ISRAC before now as well. So I understand exactly what Vina is saying. I think what she's got, and just correct me if I'm wrong, Vina, here, because I can and I will, I can and I want to help you here as well. So if we can have a conversation, Chair, outside this session on just the specifics of their issue, then I'm more than happy to help.
Okay, so no question, just an offer of...
No, I do have some questions. I just
okay. All right. So
I just thought I'd offer that. I'd offer
all right.
that.
Okay. So Vina, just make sure that you exchange details with Councillor Maroof at the end, but he does actually have a question or two for you.
Yeah. I mean, the question number one from me is just clarifying this, because Tammy Whitaker isn't head of planning, by the way. She's head of property.
Okay, right,
and I'm assuming you got the land on a 100-year lease, and the building was built by.
It was 20. It was 20, wasn't it?
No, before, when it was the ACE Centre.
ACE Centre, and that's what I was thinking of.
It was a longer lease, and when the Sheffield City Council decided he wanted to take it over, I think the Home Office had said you'd have to pay the 3 million, for the building. I think they have this is going back. This is before my time. They decide to work with different community organizations, to hand it back to the community. But when it handed it back to the community, I believe it says, to ensure that it is workable, we'll give you a short lease, but you can apply for it.
So the question that arises out of that, Vina, is did they rescind the 100-year lease? and then issued you with a new 20-year lease.
Yeah, can I say, right? We've just engaged, a solicitor who is looking into that, because I'd like to know where the first lease is. Yeah.
The first lease would be in the council itself. If you ask the council, and I know they're not been responding to you, but that lease will exist on a file somewhere in the
first one. Yeah.
It will definitely exist in the system. So basically, what they've done is you were asked to build a building, and this is I'm just trying to get the background to this, and that's the right question. Because I know it's not your natural area, and for me, it's my natural area for the 30 years. I might say something that you. Anyway, so first of all, it was given a 100-year lease. You got grant funding from the Home Office based on the City Council supporting you with the land. And the building was built because the City Council could not build a building unless they had a community group who could front it, basically, is the bottom line. So you've now built the building, and now the City Council have come back and said, we're not quite convinced that you can actually do this. So what we're doing is we're giving you a 20-year lease, which means that they must have rescinded the 100-year lease. So the question arises here now is the building actually belongs to the trustees. The land belongs to the City Council, which is the lesser interest of the two. As I said, I mean, I've got many, I mean, I deal with this on, as I say, a regular basis, on a daily basis. And I'm happy to look at your lease. I'm happy to look at what you've got there, because I think there is something not quite right here, to be perfectly honest. And I will take it up as a member as well, because I think some of the people you're talking to, they're not Tammy Whitaker is the property person. She's not a lawyer. So I think this needs to be resolved, because you can't. It's like a house. Let me just explain it to everybody. It's like a house. You get a 100-year lease on it. You buy the house, you put your house land, and you put a house on it. Then somebody comes along and says, like, I don't quite like what you've done here. I'm going to rescind this 100-year lease, and I'm going to give you a 21 instead. It's simply put, as simple as that. So, as I said, Chair, we could talk for quite some time on this, but I think outside this meeting.
Thank you, Marut. You can follow that up afterwards. Thank you. Back to Sharon.
Hi, Vina. The other thing today, we actually had a visit from the new CEO at the Chamber of Commerce, and I'm really interested to know, given that it's within walking distance to SIAC, about how much involvement and how much support businesses have been able to have, or the organisation as a whole from there.
We have been able to have, get quite a good support from the Chamber of Commerce. Richard, who was the last CEO, they've been able to help us in running conferences, in if they had any training going and we could afford it. We are a member of the Chamber of Commerce, and even while things are tough, we still remain a member. And as I said, our health and safety comes through them, just you name it. They've been very, very supportive. But in the past few months where I haven't been, in Sheffield, I don't know what, but sorry. I mean, they've helped us. We've been to their morning, their morning breakfast meetings. They talk to us about we being a part of the Sheffield flood defense, and again, it is true. The Chamber of Commerce, having that conversation and, their advice. I say we work well with them in the past, and I hope, take that up. Okay. I think that's one of the very few people that's been, there supporting, in terms of Richard as well, and the wonderful. And they've been to our meetings, our AGM conferences and so on, keynote speakers. They've been fine.
Okay. So in terms of partnership working, are you able to share any examples as the contribution made by Black businesses in order to strengthen some of the services and delivery within Sheffield?
Contribution made by.
Because I mean, it's new and upcoming businesses. So I mean, are there some quite strengthened businesses that you could say what they actually add in terms of service delivery in Sheffield? So sort of like a positive value of the businesses that you've come across as you've been within SIAC.
Yeah, well, sorry, that one sort of got me a bit where to start from. It's like we've had, people who want to start up their business being able to have inspirational speakers coming in. We've had conferences where you have people in terms of the tax office and the different banking and people talking about access to funding to do their business. We've had women in business conference. In partnership, we did have some meeting in terms with the Chamber of Commerce, where they were able to help us to run courses and to give us the money to support the childcare. So it is. It's just talking off the top of my head. There has been quite a lot of support, and I think again, because we are probably one of the few BME networks around. People do come to us in terms of wanting access to the community, wanting sort of training. We run things like health, not just health and safety, but food hygiene, first aid courses, with sums from with support from the Red Cross, that we would pay them a minimum amount, and they'd run a course for 12 people, and that could also help to generate some funds for SIAC. I'm sorry, I don't know if I've answered your question.
No, that's fine, that's okay. I mean, one of the issues that has arisen on the commission so far is about voluntary organisations and grant funding. And I'm just wondering what your experiences are in terms of whether you get involved as businesses in any form of like regeneration boards, or during the time of lockdown, how you feel that Black businesses have actually been supported.
Well, we've got grants from the lottery, funding to run a series of starter course, a business startup, and that was very, very successful. During the time of lockdown, we weren't able to get any funding from the city council, because it said, because we are supposed to provide accommodation for a number of retail outlets, we were not seen as a retail, as a business as such. You'd have to really ask Abdul about that, but we were not seen as a business. Therefore, we didn't receive any funding. We did get a loan. We did get a loan for over 6 years, but no grants or anything to help us.
Okay.
Sorry, Sharon, can I just add something in here? Vina, so if I'm guessing you got a loan over a short period, because that's the maximum you could get.
We got a loan.
Yes.
over 6 years.
Yes, and so that then means that the money that the capital that you generate is costing you more because you're having to pay it back over a shorter period.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. And it's
Yes.
Okay. So, Vina, in your evidence, you describe a self-fulfilling prophecy emerging in the dealings with Sheffield City Council in regards to the business acumen of SIAC. Are you able to say a little bit more on this?
Yeah, I just feel that whatever we were asked to do, we produced it with plus, yeah. Whether it is to see how a cash flow, just to upgrade in the building and so on.
You've got a bit faint, Vina.
Oh. Can you hear me any better?
That's better. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. So whatever we were asked to do, we did it. Yeah. And therefore, I just feel that there is something underlying. I got an email. Don't know if I should have seen it, but one councillor saying, with the amount of buildings around the area, why should you want, SIACs, So I'm not there, we're not around the table, yeah? And it seems that anyone who came and started to talk with us, like mysteriously goes, it's like, and replaced by there was, I think it's John Scott, yeah? Something Sankey, yeah? Abisan, all those people who come and listen to us and think, yes, we will do, try and do something, yeah? And it's just, you feel as if they've been, I don't know, worn off or so on. This is why SIAC has reached to a stage of getting legal advice, getting, legal people in, and it doesn't sound like, we've bared it out for a long time, and we'll probably having to go to the press, yeah, because you really want to work with your, the local authority, yeah. We're not coming with a begging bowl, yeah. We know times are hard, yeah. And they're not giving us anything. There are things like what SIAC has run over a number of years, yeah, like Black History Month, and you go to them for any resources for that, you're not getting it, yeah. Apparently, the Windrush anniversary that they got funded for it, SIAC as a business center and have links with young people, you don't get anything. We got nothing from Sheffield City Council. Yeah. So yeah, I've gone off. Don't get me on my soapbox, but you hear rumors that they want to build a sort of like a CAF society around that area, and I think like SIAC is in the way, and they want to, they want the building, so anything to, to push us out, because they're not doing anything to help, they're really not doing anything to help, and you get to the stage of thinking, okay, yeah, let's start demonstrating, let's start, having the crash go down there and so on. And the other thing with SIAC is that we do keep a numbers of people who come in and use the building. So if you ever want that, you see how well used it is, yeah? And it is used right across, yeah? People from the Yemeni community, Pakistan community, yeah, right across the, no, so it's not just a building for African Caribbean, our staffing reflects that, and the work that we are doing is for, the city, yeah, even though the city council might not, Yeah, anyway, as I said, I think there's an agenda going on somewhere, there. Anyway.
Okay. I will ask one last question and then
before you do, Sharon, I just think that Vina, what you're saying is speaking to issues around trust and confidence in the system around you. Is that how you feel, that you lack confidence that you'll be supported or listened to?
Well, we feel, this is just it, I feel as if we've been taken for a ride, and every time we have trust in any individual, and confidence that they will take it, like Jim Sankey, or Abisan, John Scott, they always have been moved out, of the situation. Yes, I don't have any trust, I don't have any confidence, because it's been going on for years. And this is why SIAC is at the stage now where it is where it has employed a lawyer, to look into the, to take it forward, because I think we've been too trusting, and we've never been sort of as an organization shouting, oh, racism or anything like that, We have thought, okay, let's see if we can work this, work this through, Anyway, I'm told that there's been a change in the leader of the council and all that, but at this moment, we're not letting go. We're not going to let go. We have to go and see it through. It's only 4 years left. I've been at it since 2005, and it take us for a ride, So yes, Chair, I do feel I don't have any confidence, and I do not trust, Yes. Because it seems as if somebody else is there. Okay, sorry.
Sharon, did you have one more?
Just to kind of ask Vina, that you started off by saying that literally SIAC had got what you believe to have got 3 more months running cost, and I just wondered, what is that? What you said?
Yeah, that's my management thing. It has nothing. It's just that I feel that any sort of business or organization should have enough to see them over about 3 months so that they can think their way out. This is just Vina's thing.
Okay, so you've got a sort of, not an exit strategy, but you know what to do, or what would you need in the immediacy?
What we would need is, in the immediacy, is to be able to have some funding, to employ like a business development worker, to pay the people who are doing the work, a proper salary, to be able, because this is what SIAC was, but it's been good at and was set up for, to be able to run courses, which is reflected in terms of young people, whether it's young people doing, attending workshops,
yeah,
Mhm.
so that they can generate, funds themselves, not, sort of depending, on handout, yeah.
Mhm.
So those are some of the things, I would like to see, definitely the training geared to women, yeah,
Okay.
mothers, and stuff,
Mhm.
because taking away funding from them is taking away from the community, yeah, it's just
Mhm.
not on.
Okay.
Oh,
Can I
sorry.
just ask last one? Do you
Yeah.
work closely with Sadakas?
Yeah, well, I mean, Sadaka has had its problems, yeah,
Mm.
and we have tried to, yeah. There's a lot of people there who are doing their best, yeah. And
Okay.
I think once you are in a corner, you're
Yeah.
trying to dig yourself out. I mean, we've run things like with Black History Month,
Mhm.
we ran different courses and so on. It was the 25th anniversary of the sports club
Mhm.
and SIAC, and the 30th anniversary of Sadaka. And Sadaka was sort of the parent organization that these, business, sports, and so on came out of, So, yeah, there's lots of good intention, good wish there, but it's like, I know Sadaka is doing its best,
Okay.
yeah, in order to survive. And so is the sports council, this,
Yeah.
and just things that I'm really sad about is that the amount of people who fought for these things,
Yeah.
yeah, in the community, they're no longer with us. Yeah, and all of it is disappearing, and you have new people coming in and saying, "Oh, you don't deserve that," and they don't know the history
Yeah.
of of how we came about it. Yeah, it was no begging bowl. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, thank you for that, Vina. I'm going
Okay,
to
yeah.
hand you back to Professor Hilton.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Vina,
All right,
you.
Professor Hilton. Sorry.
Thank you very much for sharing your story with us, and your experience. It's been really useful for us to and quite difficult at times to hear what you've been going through. But we do appreciate that your story will help us in our deliberations,
Right, okay.
writing our report and recommendations. So
Right.
we may come back to you in the future for clarification or for further information.
Yeah.
If you're open to that.
Yeah.
We have one of our commissioners, Councillor Maroof, who's just put his Batman cape on and he's ready to
right. Okay.
to support you. After
Mm.
this meeting, I'm not sure how that will work, but maybe if you, Maroof, and Adele stay on when everyone else has left, you can make those arrangements.
Right. Okay.
But before we do that, I'd like to thank you for coming in today and albeit virtually, and talking to us. It's been a great help. It's been very useful. And also I'd like to thank the commissioners who have contributed throughout the whole day, in terms of their engagement and their questions and so on, and similarly the Secretariat for facilitating all of this today. So Vina, thank you very much. I hope to see you at some point in the near future in Sheffield. And everyone else, thank you.
Say hello to Malcolm. I didn't see him.
That's I think that's just because of the view that you're using, but he's there. He was
I saw
attentive.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah.
a picture of him in the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was you know, it was good because, but the only thing is that I was at times worried I wasn't getting on my soapbox, but I just feel that's so much. Yeah.
For us, it was important that we heard your experience and you know, your opinions and your ideas, and that's what we had.
Okay.
So thank you from
Yeah,
the bottom of our hearts, and we wish you all the luck, and hopefully Councillor Maroof will just help to nudge you in the right direction.
Right. Okay.
After this
Okay.
meeting.